Herkese günaydın. Tekrardan hoş geldiniz konferansımızın ikinci gününe. Dün bütün katılımcılarımızla beraber 3 oturumu gerçekleştirdik konferansımızda. Bugün ise 2 oturumla devam edeceğiz ve konferansımızı kapatacağız. İlk oturumumuzun teması kültür endüstrilerinde bir vaka olarak film. Burada bizimle Bilgi Üniversitesi'nden değerli hocalarımız Esra Yıldız ve Ebru Çiğdem Tuvates Diken bizlerle olacak. Ben şimdi sözü daha fazla uzatmadan mikrofonu onlara bırakıyorum. Çok teşekkürler. Ve de teknik bazı uyarılarımız var yine. Dün de olduğu gibi. Konferansımız kayıt altına alınıyor. Bu konuda size tekrardan hatırlatma yapmak istiyoruz. Aynı zamanda YouTube'dan canlı yayınlanıyor. Ve simultane çeviri de sağlanıyor. Bunun için Zoom ekranınızda pencerenin altında bir dünya ikonu göreceksiniz. Buna tıkladığınızda ses kanalları arasında geçiş yapabiliyorsunuz. Türkçe ve İngilizce olarak. Maalesef Zoom Türkçe desteği vermediği için Japonya bayrağını seçerek Türkçe yayını dinliyorsunuz. O konuda da bir hatırlatma yapmak istedim. Çok teşekkürler. Şimdi oturumumuza başlıyoruz.
Serhan çok teşekkürler.
Günaydın.
Günaydın herkese. Sanırım İngilizceye geçebilirim artık.
Evet.
Teşekkürler. Good morning to everyone. It's my pleasure to open up the second day of the Cultural Policy and Cultural Diplomacy Young Researcher Conference. It's really precious to talk about art and culture in these difficult times, in the times of crisis, to imagine a better future. I'm very delighted to have all of you joining us today via digital platforms at this very early hour of Saturday. As Serhan Şahin said, today's morning session will be about the impact of government soft power and their cultural policy on cinema industry, with the examples from China and Nigeria. And we have two very interesting presentations. The first one will be from Valerie Donato from University of Urbino, and the next one will be from Taibo Afolabi from University of Regina. And Professor Ebru Diken, the head of Cinema and Television Department at Istanbul Bilgi University, is also here as a session discussed, and I'm sure that she will make a wonderful contribution with her insightful comments. And I'd like to thank to her for being with us today. As you might know from yesterday, at the end of each presentation, there will be some time for questions and answer. Please do not hesitate to ask. And so we can start with the first presentation, and with Valerie Donato from University of Urbino, and the title of her presentation is Telling China's Story on Netflix, the case study of A Love So Beautiful and Meteor Garden.
Good morning. Just a moment that I open my presentation. Good morning. My name is Valerie. I am a PhD student in the University of Urbino, Italy, and I'm glad to be here and to share with you a part of my research project that is aimed to analyze the evolution of the Chinese digital diplomacy strategies. And today I will investigate how and to what extent the Chinese cultural soft power was exercised through Netflix. I'd like to start with the concept of cultural soft power, that is a specificity for the Chinese political and cultural context, which is declined by Professor Wang, and explain how culture can be the real explanation and of the Chinese growth and a new way of interpret the international relations. The concept was written in the 12th five-year plan for the first time by President Hu Jintao, but it was with President Xi Jinping that the concept became central in the political Chinese agenda, in particular in the declination of main point of Xi Jinping presidency, that is the Chinese Dream. The value of culture in the Chinese dream is not just in this more spreading of the Chinese traditional culture, so Confucius Institute around the world or Chinese cuisine, but it's also the necessity to tell the story of China better, to tell the Chinese story by the Chinese voice. So huge investment in cinema, in literature, in the presence of China in international debate, but also science fiction and TV series. But what is the Chinese dream? The Chinese dream is a possible linking between the achievement of citizen individual dream in order to realize a collective dream that is the realization of their society. On the Chinese dream, it's written a lot, in particular by Robert Kuhn, that in 2013 explained and categorized the project in 4 parts. Strong China, the art power of China, civil China, focus on diplomacy and culture in a broad meaning. Harmonious China, that is probably the main part for domestic audiences, and so the realization of the harmony in social classes and the eradication of poverty. And beautiful China, so the part T for the sustainable development, that declines sustainability as a core value of the Chinese cultural context. All part of the Chinese dream are has to be these. China decided to be inside of the main international platforms, because as you know, in China, the social media are not able by the main Chinese information sources and companies aimed at global audiences. And see, I decided to analyze how China has used its cultural soft power through Netflix. So, follow the main point of the Chinese dream, so the revitalization of the role of young people in the country through hard work and study. I chose the only 2 teen drama that are available in the Netflix catalog, that are A Love So Beautiful, which is set in the high school, and The Relic of Meteor Garden, that is set in the university. A Love So Beautiful is a TV series of 24 episodes of 50 minutes per episode, inspired by a Chinese novel, and tells the story of Chen Xiaoxi and John Chen that in 2005 started a high school, and it arrived since 2015, in which they finished their high school, their university, sorry. And Meteor Garden, that is a remake of the most popular Taiwanese TV series, Meteor Garden. And the series tells the story of Dong Xianzai, who, thanks to her commitment, managed to access one of the most prestigious universities in Shanghai, where she met the F4, group of 4 popular and rich guys in the city. Both series are produced by big company in China, and in particular, one of the main producers is Tencent Group. Tencent is one of the biggest Chinese company that receive every year huge amount of public funds in order to spread the Chinese culture and the Chinese achievement. So, following the idea that that both series are produced by Netflix, by Tencent, and are available on Netflix, I considered that both the cultural products that made for international public. So I decided to analyze how China has used both the cultural products on Netflix to propagate its cultural and political values for international opinion. So how China has concretized for international audiences the Chinese dream through the use of the TV series. So firstly, I identified the main discourse and categories in the Chinese dream, and I refined the same series in both series. And then I made a visual and content analysis. These are the main categories on Chinese Dream useful for my analysis. So politics, entertainment, culture, society, nature, and modernity. And then I started with analysis of the recurrence of items. Sorry, I prefer to write everything because I know that on Zoom it's not so easy to show you something more animated. So, for example, for politics, there is an insistence in the use of political object, political discourse in the family or between friends, reading of parties' newspaper, but also insisting in showing written political warning on the wall of the university or the wall of the classrooms. And also images and quotes of Confucius that, you know, Confucius thought is the main, it's important to understand the Xi Jinping presidency. Entertainment are stressed the role of Chinese video games, not just in showing how Chinese young people spend their free time, to show how China has invested a lot in this bigger new economic sector. Culture as a way to explain modern China is a mix of traditional culture with modern culture. So, for example, you can see lots of frames in which they are doing something really typical for their tradition, like they're preparing a traditional plate or doing a tea ceremony with the use of super technological object. So in order to show how the modernity is part of the tradition. Also in the culture, there is, it's remarkable to notice the importance of traditional literature. In fact, in A Love So Beautiful, because it's set in the high school, there is an insistence in reading, not just for episodes per se, but also for the viewers, in reading the part of traditional literature that sent not just the culture, but also political warning. Nature as a way to explain not just the natural context in both series are made, but also to show the efforts made, the efforts in sustainable development, so insistence in the use of bicycle, water bottle, or public transportation, despite a private car, the importance of recycle. Society, it's obviously the biggest category in which they explain the different society that China has, despite of all the other series, international series. So a different role of boys and girls or men and women, the importance of education. So the importance of school and university, not just for family, but also for the TV series, in understanding of the TV series, the harmony between social classes, between old and young people, and also different features in which the protagonists are interpreted. So how different are boys and men, how different are girls and women, despite of other international imaginary. Modernity, that is the way in which they, the modern China, so a super harmonic society in which traditions stay together with the future challenges. So, for example, in Meteor Garden, that use more eye of modernity, probably because it's set in 2018. It's possible to show, for example, on Shanghai, a skyscraper of Shanghai in which there are super high building in perfect harmony with the rest of the nature, or super technological objects and apps in order to improve their studying part, and super modern bus that's not use pollution. So even if all the categories are present in both series, there are some categories that are more used and more useful to promote a new cultural imaginary on Netflix. And obviously, the categories that are more used are in order to spread a new cultural idea of the Chinese daily life. But even if all the categories are present, and even if culture and society are more useful to promote a new idea of China, what is interesting to say is that politics is what keeps together all the other categories. So, for example, even if all the categories are present, there are always a part of politics, a small object, a small use of color that is always present, in a sense that the politics is a kind of fil rouge that keeps together the narration. And in fact, in the visual analysis, I'm sorry again for the slide, I know that it's hard to zoom to show you something bigger, so I decided to just screenshot something smaller. I made a visual analysis in order to analyze the recurrence of color. And in fact, here you can see the most used color for nature, that is green, that is not just green grass or green trees, but is also a reminder to green tea, or the use of super bright colors in order to share the modern China. All of these categories are kept together by the color of red. Red is the main interpretation of politics, and that's why all the categories are in perfect harmony, because the fil rouge is made by politics. So keep in mind the idea that are on Netflix and that are produced by Tencent. We can consider both series not just as a cultural product, so as a possible tools for a new Chinese soft power strategies. In fact, both series offers to international audiences a new image of China that is modern, harmonious, sustainable, focused on the out, focused on artwork, that is the realization of the Chinese dream. The same fact that both series taking place in educational environments perfectly capture the path that China is doing to learning to be a superpower, but also can be the realization of what Xi Jinping explained as Chinese dreams. So the idea that working hard is the most honorable and beautiful virtue of the Chinese people because it's proper of the Chinese people. So in conclusion, the story that China's want to tell is a story of green, harmonious, and peaceful everyday life that can balance the growth, the innovation, and the tradition inside and in harmony in the society. Through both series, China is trying to captivate global audiences in a new, that is the narrative of its new value, its new brand. And the real brand is a new interpretation of culture, that is the realization of cultural soft power. If China succeeds in its efforts of being perceived by the global audiences as an attractive culture and so as an attractive power, it can win the hurted mind of users, and it can win the it can achieve the Chinese soft power efforts. Because in the modern international relations, what is really matter is the story that a nation can tell. And now China is telling you a story. This is not new, obviously. In the past century, the US Information Agency, one of the most important US diplomacy agency, decided to use transnational broadcasting and audiovisual media to tell the American story to the world, or to spread American culture to the world. Now China is replicating that strategy on new audiovisual platform, and it's tried to do this in a new soft way. So spreading a power that is new, modest, romantic, peaceful, and sustainable to the world. Now the point is to understand if the audience wants to hear the story, or probably if the global audiences are ready this story. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Valeria, for sharing us a Chinese dream. And so I would like to open the floor for your questions, remarks, and comments. And we will have approximately 10 minutes. Okay, and if you do not have any question, let me ask you a question about Netflix intervention in China. As you know, Netflix is a global streaming giant, and it's extended globally over 119 countries. In the last few months, we also have been discussing Netflix Turkey decision to postpone a TV series due to the government pressure. So it's really important how the governments use their soft power to regulate art and cultural scene through international platforms such as Netflix, how they control and regulate. Art and cultural scene also should also be questioned. As you talk about, The Meteor Garden is originally based on a Japanese comic book series, and it was adapted into a popular Taiwanese drama. But the Chinese government banned the original Meteor Garden after its release in China in 2002. But they could prevent people watching it. It attracted many young people in China, and government wanted to make a Chinese version of it in collaboration with Netflix. But unfortunately, it was a clean version of the original one. In the new version, there was not any class struggle, and everyone, you know, is equal under socialist regime. In the remake of it, they also erased some original part of the story. And so my question is, you know, in the context of course, these two TV series, how does Netflix regulate film industry in local platforms in countries like China with cooperation with governments? And is it establishing a kind of hegemony globally in cinema industry? And how does it overcome censorship issues? Does it easily accept it? And as I said, I'm asking this question in the context of these two TV series. And I wonder if you make any research about it.
Thank you for your question. Even if Netflix is not available in China like Facebook or Instagram, since 2013, or in particular since 2015, there is a presence of the main information services and company in the international platforms. I think this is a kind of regulation of China, so probably it's possible to find on Netflix cultural products made by Tencent, because it's easy for the Chinese government to regulate and manage Tencent production rather than an independent cultural producer that produce something original for Netflix. No, I think it's not possible. The same can be said for the other platforms. For example, on Instagram, you can find CCTV or CGTN, but all the different posts, all the different views of captions are regulated by the government. So everything gets really controlled, even if it's on the international platform. I think your comments is really true. Obviously, the story of the new Meteor Garden, so the Chinese Meteor Garden, despite the Taiwanese one or the Japanese manga, it's really different, and it focuses on a strict adherence to the political necessity of Xi Jinping to spread the Xi Jinping voice in the international audiences. So, for example, it was weird for me to see on both series, because in both series there is a recurrence of protagonist and also the same sign in both series. So it's strange to see that in an episode, a girl that wants to be the leader of the class talks about socialism and the construction of a prosperous society for the nation. So there is a strong political discourse in both series. And probably that's why the series can be on in the international platforms, because they use a political discourse in a real soft way. But it's also interesting to see that, for example, A Love So Beautiful was viewed more than 5 billion of times. So it's interesting because they are really clear in their political messages, even if it's a love story between boys and girls. So that's why. I think also that for China, everything, well, it's controlled by the government, but they are trying to share a new idea of controlled. In fact, probably in the slide it was not clear, but on politics, there is an insistence in the use of political objects and the presence of military and camera surveillance. So they accept this control, and they engage with this political control. So I think that's why.
Mm-hmm. And thank you very much. Censorship issues and speech of freedom are really important for China, I think. And these issues also should be discussed in the context of art and culture. Any questions, any comments?
Esra Hocam, may I ask if I may have a question, or shall I keep my questions till the end?
Ebru Hocam, please go ahead. Yes.
Okay. I was just going to ask Valeria whether there is any research on whether, and if at all, countries combine their hard power and soft power in terms of their cultural diplomacy strategies, in terms of kind of interaction with Netflix and governmental institutions and so on.
Sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Sorry?
I didn't hear your question. Sorry.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, then.
Okay. I was going to ask you whether there is any research on how countries combine their soft power and hard power strategies in this particular issue, in their cultural diplomacy strategies.
I think this is a specificity that is now more used by Asian power, like probably it's more popular, the soft power of Korea or of Japan. But I think this is a way in which the new power, like the Asian power of the Chinese power, convey their new images abroad. So in fact, probably China is one of the most interesting case, because they are using a very strong art power, but they convey more a message of peaceful rising power. So they are using a very strong soft power, despite in discourse, despite what they are really doing, that it's more art power. But I'm not sure that there is. I'm sure that there is resources for the Chinese soft and art power and the combination of both. But I'm not sure of the others, even if I know that.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very much, Valeria. If you don't have any questions, maybe we can continue with the next presentation. Okay, and thank you very much. And the next presentation will be from Taifo Afolabi from the University of Regina. And the title of his presentation is Recentering Cultural Performance and Cultural Diplomacy in Post-Colonial Africa, a Case Study of Nollywood. I should also mention that Taifo has recently contributed to the last issue of Cultural Policy Yearbook. And maybe next step for him will be teaching in Istanbul or making a project in Istanbul. I don't know.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. Ezra, did I pronounce that correctly?
Yes, perfect.
Thank you. I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen. Mm-hmm. So can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. It's really, I really appreciate the opportunity to be part of this conference. For me here, it's around, it starts 11 p.m. and we finish around 6 a.m. my time. So it's been quite challenging a little bit, but with all the technology, but I'm really excited to be part of this. So my presentation today, I sort of did a tweak to the title. So now it's film industry and cultural diplomacy in Africa, Nollywood, and Nigeria cultural policy. Just to kind of give a context to what I'm going to be talking about today. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Regina in Canada. I also have affiliation with University of Johannesburg in South Africa and a theater company in Nigeria called Theatre Mission International. And those are very important because I'm going to be speaking both as a researcher and as a practitioner, specifically as an artist. So a perspective from someone that is on the field really as an artist. To build context, my presentation today is part of a broader project. Really, it's a book project on what we call recentering cultural performance and creative practice, and we're going to change that to orange economy in post-colonial Africa, diplomacy, soft power, and sustainability. Now, I'm a practitioner. I'm a theater person. I direct. I do a lot of what we call community engagement theater or applied theater. So my background was not really in film or cultural diplomacy or political or international relations, but I was kind of really interested in this topic. First, the fact that I've had the privilege to be to many international theater festivals, and I saw the power of art and culture. Secondly, in a lot of the readings that I've done, I really wanted to hear perspective of practitioners, not just policymakers or scholars, but really bringing voices from the field and of practitioners. So myself and some other colleagues are kind of working on this. So what I'm presenting today is part of that. So it's still work in progress, and I'm hoping that it will be part of the conversation, will be to kind of unravel all of that. The second thing is to kind of give a context historically and geographically to Nigeria in the context of this presentation. In 2009, Nigeria embarked on what they call the Rebranding Nigeria campaign. The whole goal was to rebrand and give a new image about the country Nigeria, so that people nationally and internationally can have sort of positive image about the country. And of course, the role of culture and creative industry was sort of articulated. Now, that kind of takes me to the third thing, which is really situating Nigeria. Nigeria is in West Africa. In Africa, it has a population of over 180 million, according to the last census. And then there are over 450 tribes and different languages, and there are different theme traditions. So a major one that we always hear about is Nollywood. And so even in the Rebranding Nigeria campaign, Nollywood was sort of recognized as one of that key, industry or gateway, as it were, to be part of that process. We have Kannywood, which is more of Hausa film tradition. We have the Yoruba, which is another film tradition in terms of language and all of that. But Nollywood really is that one that kind of, it's really very grandeur in its setting. And a lot has been written on Nollywood. So that's kind of really, and I'm saying all of that just to kind of situate us to know where I'm coming from and what we're talking in terms of Nollywood and all of that. Now, because I'm a storyteller, I'm just going to start my presentation just giving you 2 vignettes. And the goal of presenting you these 2 vignettes is really to kind of, make you realize my own personal experience when it comes to the impact of, the place of film, culture specifically. So I had firsthand experience of the global impact of Nollywood when I visited Iran in 2017 as a member of a team of global theater experts to discuss potentials of the new independent theater sector. My contact person, upon hearing that I was coming to Iran, said she had to go, to get acquainted with Nigerian culture by watching some Nollywood movies online. From the movies that she saw, she learned to greet in Pidgin English, which is more like a street language in Nigeria, and pronounce some words that were familiar to me. And of course, I was really impressed. The fact that someone that didn't really have any background to my culture was able to, just by watching some Nollywood movies, was able to pick that. And of course, I shared my own experience of interacting with other cultures through their cinema, which brings me to the second vignette. During my visit to Spain, some couple of years ago, I met an elderly professor from India, and I couldn't help myself but to greet him by saying Namaste, because that's the stuff I've been seeing on in their movie. And he replied me by saying, "You must have been watching those Bollywood movies, hey?" So I said jokingly, yes. And I mentioned some classics which he had seen himself. We shared stories from some of the scenes. He would later caution me that, what's presented in many Bollywood movies is sparingly true about the Indian culture and society. Now, those 2 vignettes, which are more of my own personal connection to the impact of, the film tradition that we're exposed to, kind of speak to broader things. One is that in our digital age, many people's first exposure to an impression of other cultures is through creative outputs of film industry. So for example, it's not surprising that many people's first expression of American culture is through Hollywood. Creative outputs such as video, films, cinema, documentaries, they provide viewers the opportunity to engage with content about other people, places, and cultures without necessarily being present physically. So by and large, the film industry has become one of the lenses through which we attempt to understand, to know, to perceive, and to imagine others. This is because it offers the possibility to exchange ideas and information about something, someone, or someplace. And the idea of exchange is really very critical to this conversation and to my inquiry, because it aligns with the definition, the classical definition of diplomacy by the American political scientist and author Milton C. Connell, who defines it as cultural diplomacy as the exchange of ideas, information, values, systems, traditions, beliefs, and other aspects of culture with the intention of fostering mutual understanding. Now, we know that it's not all of that really foster mutual understanding. There can be times that it's to propagate or to disseminate a particular idea, or, in different forms like that. So this means that both the created content and the creative content are part of the exchange process, and they represent a people, culture, and the place. So the notion of representation and the exchange of ideas was reiterated at the 2007 Zuma Film Festival in Nigeria, which is formerly known as the National Film Festival, held in Abuja, the Nigeria Capital Territory, when John Oluwagbemga, who was the festival director at that time, noted that whether there is an awareness or not, individuals and institutions involved in developing creative content such as film, music, performance, archaeological discovery, or preservation are cultural diplomats. This is because cultural diplomats use ideas, skills, talents, resources to foster exchange of ideas such as cultural and religious beliefs, value systems, tradition. So by and large, cinema is one of that channel through which, we kind of send out, exchange our ideas. So in line with that, the inquiry that I really wanted to follow in the context of this presentation, and of course, moving beyond this presentation into the broader project that I was talking about, is that how can Nigeria leverage its art and culture industry, specifically Nollywood, as part of its soft power to regulate, to rebrand, and to revive its image as a country, but of course, beyond that, its cultural production. Also, what's the strategic importance and the role of film industry in the Nigerian cultural policy? Because that's very key in terms of really talking about diplomacy, not just the unstructured, but really the structured and the intentional understanding of how the exchange of ideas work. The third thing is, how can the Nollywood become a channel for good public image building of Nigeria and its citizens? And it's really, this is very key, considering the fact that, Nigeria, by its different historical context and things that have happened and that continue to happen, there's a need to really build the good public image for the country. So the Nigeria film industry, known as Nollywood, globally is recognized as the second largest film producer in the world, and that by PwC 2017. Nigeria's Nollywood caters for over 180 million population, and it has garnered a tremendous attention over the years due to its cultural and economic impact. So, for instance, in 2016, Nollywood contributed approximately $600 million to the Nigerian gross domestic product, GDP. Again, that's by PwC 2017. In fact, Nollywood has been considered as a profit-driven industry. That's by Akande 2010. So with such large production comes economic success, and the presence of the internet obviously has provided the opportunity for global transmission and cross-interaction of culture and traditions. So it's now very important to now situating Nollywood, really understanding it from a cultural perspective and from an economics perspective, to understand the kind of power, as it were, or the kind of space it occupies, not just within the cultural ethos of the country, but really looking beyond the country. And that's why I cited the two examples that I started with, by saying my own experience, encountering other people engage with Nollywood. And both of those experiences were outside the country itself. And just a quick thing about, just a quick highlight of some key ideas about film industry is that is the fact that film, by its nature of production and creation, that's the power of the lens, the power of the camera has become one of the lenses through which we attempt to understand, know, perceive, and imagine others. The other thing to understand is that that idea of exchange of ideas is really very key. And I'm going to come back to the idea of exchange of ideas. So with that, I just want to move to film industry and cultural diplomacy. So the film industry, which is the interest of this presentation, is considered as a tool for cultural diplomacy because of its potential to transmit socio-cultural ideas and form public opinion for various reasons, or for various nations rather. And that's by Raz Lugover 2020. And perhaps, you might, as I'm making this presentation, I believe that each and every one of you listening to me would have had an encounter somewhere, somehow, where you saw a particular theme from another country that you had no context. But that was like your first time, or when they mention a particular country or something, that you saw something, that come out of that country based on whether the film that you saw, the music you heard, or something like that. In a way, there's an exchange already, there's an exposure already to that particular tradition, to that particular culture, even if you don't understand it. So in international politics, this makes film culture function as a vehicle for soft power to advance the cultural visibility of a nation. And this is because although there's an exchange of ideas of some sort, it does not necessarily mean such exchanges for the purpose of gaining mutual understanding. There are times that cinema is to propagate, direct, influence, cement, or even dominate others. The film industry does the business of exchanging cultural ideas from Riverwood in Kenya to Bollywood in India, and of course to Hollywood, and now to Nigeria and Ghana. Now, the reason why I did choose Nigeria to Nollywood, really, from one, is very personal because I'm from Nigeria. Secondly, is because of its impact in terms of, economic impact as a country, which I did talk about. And the third thing is kind of the political, really political choice to amplify, success story of Nollywood and to kind of highlight what are those areas that need to be worked on. So with that being said, and I think I've sort of covered these already in terms of looking at the key, highlight of Nollywood. So are we now move on to what's happening right now? So like I said, Nollywood started over 2 decades ago, and there has been a lot written on Nollywood. But the key part of it that in my opinion, we need to sort of look into is the aspect of cultural policy. Within the Nigeria cultural policy, what's available in terms of film policy, and knowing the fact that Nigeria as a country, do subscribe to the principles of UNESCO, of course, and understand that we believe that, cultural preservation, promotion is really, really very, very, very important to the country. So in his most widely cited book on soft power, Joseph Unya, Harvard political scientist, suggested 3 key sources of a country's soft power. One, it's its culture, which is in place where it is attractive to others. Second is its political values. Third is its foreign policies. So these sources direct public diplomacy strategy of a country. Unya would later identify 3 dimensions of public diplomacy: daily communications, strategic planning, and the development of lasting relationships with key individuals over many years through scholarships, exchange, training, seminars, conferences, and access to media channels. Now, in the case of Nigeria, one of the things that we do have is what is called the National Film Institute. And the National Film Institute has really done amazing, work over the past, over a decade or even more than that, in terms of really instituting critical ideas that can actually guide. So we have the Nigerian Film Censors Board, for example, which is really that platform or that body that sort of censors and kind of regulate, the kind of film that we watch and classification and all of that. And there's been a lot of move around, film policy, in terms of how do we regulate what comes in, what goes out, in terms of production, in terms of distribution and things like that. And so there has been a move like that. But within the idea of the cultural policy of the country, there is a need to create more robust policy that would help the Nollywood industry as an industry on its own. So with that, I will just go straight into Nollywood and the Nigerian cultural policy. And I will just highlight some couple of things just to kind of give us an idea of what the Nigerian cultural policy is all about right now. And because I'm basically, my methodology is really analyzing the Nigerian cultural policy and what we have right now, and what are those areas that I think in my own submission, my own recommendation rather, that we need to sort of work on. So the Nigerian, trying to just get through my note here. So the Nigerian cultural policy was written in 1988, which it did document guidelines, procedures, methods, and practice of culture in the country. And there has been a move, that after that time, in 2008, there's need to be a revision and all of that with the National Orientation Agency, NOC. But some critical aspects that the policy kind of highlights is one, the idea of preservation of culture, two is promotion of culture, and three is presentation of culture. And number four is the establishment of administrative structure and the provision of funds for its implementation. And so what this presentation, this paper really focuses on is more on the fourth aspect. How do we create a structure, a structured structure, an administrative structure, a structure that is honest, that is open, that is transparent, in order to be able to guide us in using this platform of Nollywood as our own understanding is as a strategy, as our own soft power, and really using that internationally. With the advent of, Iroko TV, which was part of the investors or the hedge fund in the US, and they invested over $6 million, I think it was $8 million. And of course, with Netflix now, the wide is just getting broader and broader. So how do we now understand that we need to take on that in a very precise way to kind of harness all of that platform that is already on ground? So I will quickly read. So the goal of the policy, the Nigerian culture policy, is to mobilize and motivate the people by disseminating and propagating ideas which promote national pride, solidarity, and consciousness. Its aim is to create an evolution of national culture from a plurality or diversity perspective, promote an educational system that motivates and stimulates creativity and draws largely on indigenous values. And to be honest, I think that when they were trying to create this cultural policy, and even with a lot of the revision in 2008, all of these things that they said it's going to work out, they were really on point. No doubt about that. Preserving culture, promoting, presenting, they were really keen on doing all of that. And it is emphasized that the role of the Nigerian cultural policy is to protect, is to promote, is to preserve Nigerian culture. And according to the 1999 Constitution, policy is to protect, preserve, promote Nigerian culture. And there are different legal and institutional framework to implement the cultural policy, which include the Copyright Act, the National Institute for Cultural Orientation Act, the National Council for Arts and Culture Act, the National Commission for Museums and Monuments Act, the National Broadcasting Commission Act, the Nigerian Tourism Development Corporation Act, the Center for Black and African Arts and Civilization, and the National Gallery of Art Act. So interestingly, what came out of that cultural policy, and we still have this structure in place today. So interestingly, there is no reference to cinema, really, in the cultural policy itself. And so its role in promoting and preserving culture, how do we now harness that? Now, it's important, like I said, to know that the Nigerian Film, the National Film and Video Censors Board is the regulatory body and was set up by Article Act number 85 of 1993 to regulate films and video industry in Nigeria. However, we need more than that. How do we now fight? Well, fight is not the right word, but how do we find a way to preserve and to guide the other, incoming of other film initiatives into the country so that the economy or the market of the film industry can actually be what it's meant to be? How do we ensure that the content are what is meant to be? All of those critical points are really things that are still not clear that need to be worked out. So in wrapping up my observation and leading to my recommendation is that I think that we need to take a step back as a country and examine what we have right now, look into existing film policies, which I know there are many of them all over the world, and see what can we get out of that so that we can do one thing, which is this: they need to create a more robust cultural and film policy that Nollywood can leverage. And there is a need for a robust framework in which cultural policy that will raise consciousness of Nollywood as a viable cultural representative and cultural diplomat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Taifo, for your very informative presentation. And so we will be very happy to have questions from our listeners. Is there any questions, comments, or remarks?
Hello, Taifo. Thank you. Excellent presentation. Thank you very much for that. A very good insight to what is quite a complex situation. Nollywood, very, very complex film industry, isn't it? I mean, you have very high level production, but also a lot of stuff being made on the street very quickly involving ordinary people, a lot of very informal production. And I'm wondering with your last point, if we can't think about UNESCO policies around mobility, because part of the problem that I think Nollywood face is that it's so engaged with its place, quite often Lagos as a city, that there's little export industry that gets filmmakers out to international festivals, to promoting their work around the world. You know, it's very restricted in terms of their mobility. So I'm wondering if policies around mobility should be much more of an emphasis within the film industry, cultural policy as a whole.
Thanks, Jonathan. I would even take a step back before I go into policy of mobility. I think that to get into that level of that international delivery, there's certain standards that need to be met. And like you rightly pointed out, the case of Nollywood is very peculiar, you know, quick production, quick turnaround and all of that. Now, I know that in the past few years, we're really having a stunning and amazing production that are trying gradually to get on to the international community. So I even think that before we get into the policy of mobility, which is very critical, perhaps there's a need to even go back to say, what are the production values that we're upholding? And how can we revisit that so that when a policy, for example, of policy around mobility, is visited, then we can have something to export. That's one. The number two thing is that I even think that, so in the case of theater, for example, which is my own background, I'm not in film, I know that theater productions, nobody's restricting anyone from going to from going to festivals. So nobody's gonna say that, I think it was last year or 2 years ago that Lionheart was produced and written by Jennifer Nanji, went out there to be nominated for one of the big awards, and of course in a particular category, and of course they had to withdraw it because they said it didn't fit into that category because it was not totally indigenous, or I can't remember the details now. But so my point is that nobody's gonna say do not. Nobody's not gonna say, well, don't go for festivals, because they do a lot of screening all over the place. However, I think that when we take a step back and start looking at the policy as a country, what does that create to the awareness and to the sensibility and the sensitivity of our production, of our production value? I think that, so that's what I'm saying. I think that production value is really very critical to really understanding. So if we're able to create something that can be considered of international value, then we can move it over to the internet, make it mobile and move over the place.
Great. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Okay, I also would like to add something about Jonathan's question. As you know, Nollywood industry is only about 3 decades old now, and at the very beginning, it had a very serious distribution problems because you know the films were being sold in the streets in bulk through DVDs or and CDs in a very low quality. But in 2010, as Taifo mentioned about it. A German man, Bastian Gotte, together with his UK-born Nigerian friend, they established a distribution platform, a TV, Iroko TV, and then Netflix arrived in Africa, unfortunately, and now they started to make remake of earlier Nollywood films, like the first film, Living in Bondage.
Yeah,
and so after arrival of Netflix in Nigeria and starting to produce new Nollywood films, like remake of Living in Bondage, the first Nollywood films. And I would like to ask, did you see any difference in the content and in the distribution of the films? Do you think how will Netflix and these platforms like Iroko will affect the content of the films in the very near future?
Thank you, Extra. So I think that I've not seen the remake of Living in Bondage, but the ones that I've seen on Netflix. I think the first thing first is that the quality is really high. Think of wedding is it wedding planner? I can't remember the title now. Lionheart, all of that. I think there's a shift in that production value system that we don't just do, just like Jonathan was saying, we don't do just 2 weeks production and we move it out. Now we realize that we're giving it to international community to consume. And so there is a certain standard that must be followed. However, I think for me, where that policy, going into the idea of policy, where is really important, is actually to protect the market itself, the country itself. Because when you have Netflix moving into a particular place, the tendency that Netflix is going to shut down Iroko TV is very high, because Netflix has both the capacity to actually take on a particular economy and kind of, monopolize it because of the capacity that they have. So when we have a policy in place, then it's going to protect the market itself, the country itself. But beyond that is that at the same time, we have to understand the complexity of the country. Is that, yes, I understand piracy is out there. People do 2 weeks, and they get into production. But that's the means of survival for some people. That's how they live. That's how, they get food on their table. So policies like that will end up protecting the system, the people, so that an insider will not just come and just take everything and leave people with nothing. So I think that those are, and I'm hoping that this, this project that I'm on, these are some of the things that I'm hoping that that we're going to tease out with the essays that we're asking folks to submit and all of that. That it's very complex, and really looking, Nollywood, the way it is like, if there's a saying that if some of these things we can get it right, it will affect broader part of Africa. So look at Kenya, for example. Kenya is in the midst of creating their own cultural policy, and of course, look at Ghana and all of that. So I think that those are other bigger things that are very critical in protecting the market, and at the same time working in collaboration with the global move of the system.
Mm-hmm. It's really important to talk about all this issue in post-colonial discourse, and yeah, I hope that I hope the money will go to the Nollywood industry and not to Netflix or this, big giant. I hope.
Let's hope so.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, if you do not have any questions, I would like to invite Professor Ebru Diken. I'm sorry, Serhanada
I tried to raise my hand. Yeah, I think it's not visible. I would like to take on where Jonathan has left regarding UNESCO, because this has an impact on the 2005 Convention on Cultural Diversity. And I just will share my observation and ask if you have the same sort of sensation. I mean, the two countries the champions of this convention are namely France and Canada, for different reasons probably. And I noticed that UNESCO 2005 Convention Secretariat and their publication are very proud to say that number 2 film industry in the world is Bollywood and number 3 is Nollywood. While France and Canada are trying to protect their own national industries rather than trying to create a sort of a network or a collaboration array of film industries, maybe also at a minor scale the Turkish and the British and so on, trying to cope with this situation. I think that they are rather very narrow oriented, trying to really support and give incentives to their national industries. Do you have the same sensation, Taiwo?
I'm just trying to I'm trying to just take some few minutes just to even reflect on that, and of course look at other perhaps other aspect of the society beyond even this you know, the question of film and all of that. I would say these things are really complex, to be honest. I think that at the heart of it all is the fact that there's a protection of national interest, obviously. And so each country has a way of trying to put forward its own assertion in a way that, you know, I want to belong to this bloc just for diplomatic reasons and all of that. So I would say maybe yes, maybe no. In the context of Nollywood and Nigeria. I know, and Nollywood and Hollywood, I know that there has been a lot of collaborations in recent times. Now, I don't know how that translates to Canada or how that translates to France, but I think at the beginning, I think there was a lot of protection, to be honest, like we want to defend what's ours. But maybe now, maybe there's a little crack here and there, openings back and forth, maybe I don't even have answer to it.
Thank you very much, Tayful. And so I would like to invite Professor Ebru Diken for a further discussion.
Thank you very much. I'm really delighted to be part of this team. Thank you for inviting me as a discussant in this panel. This topic, which lies at the intersection of film studies and international politics, is quite important in the era of digital humanities. And I will highlight my comments to both presentations, which were very informative and insightful. Thank you for the presentations. As I said, I will start from kind of my comments from a macro perspective, and I will start from the general and go to continue with the specific comments. We all know that cinema is an art and an industry at the same time. Insofar as it's an art, it has great potential to communicate alternative stories with different visual languages and be subversive and create different cultural, political imaginaries. But if we are talking about cultural industries, if we talk about film or TV series as a cultural industry, the question centers around whether alternative streaming platforms allow room for national products to exert influence on an international global level. For instance, if I were to be cynical, I could easily claim that Netflix is a big industry and it requires national contents, and it employs algorithmic calculations to measure viewers' tastes. So on the one hand, it produces content depending on viewers' tastes. So if that is the case, could we, on a macro scale, claim that, for example, Netflix sells different colors just like Benetton does? Does it sell kind of different languages, different colors? Does it sell authenticity? So that's kind of a general debate in this field. I know it may sound kind of, many people say this, but I'd just like to kind of highlight it, at least as a starting point. For instance, if we were to talk specifically about the Chinese Chinese series, for instance, A Love So Beautiful, I agree that on the one hand, the series provides actually a different cultural imaginary of China. For example, it's on the one hand, it enables us to, it introduces us, for example, a different imaginary. It doesn't stand as a cultural showcase, but there are details that are peculiar to Chinese culture, and the viewer feels immersed in these details. For instance, the scenes in which the students fill up their water bottles at the water station. We would ordinarily expect the bottles to be filled with cold water. However, we see steaming hot water bottles, which is very Chinese. As viewers, we like the characters. The viewers become fond of the characters, the way that we bond with them. So actually, we feel sympathetic to the characters and we identify with the characters. And as viewers, we kind of develop sympathy. We feel affiliated with the culture. But on the other hand, as a film studies scholar, I think that if the characters were not Chinese, but North American, if all the culturally authentic signifiers were left out, what remains? For instance, in what way would the narration be ideological? How is it different from a teen drama that is shot in Hollywood? That's just a question that I am asking. I am not claiming that it is no different than a Hollywood teen drama, but it's a question that I would like to raise. Another thing that springs to my mind, for example, when Chinese cultural diplomacy actually fosters the production of these series, to what extent does it employ self-orientalizing fantasies? For instance, that's another question that springs to my mind. And I also would like to make some points about, the specific aspects of these TV series, both about Bollywood and Nollywood. For instance, in terms of their potential to exert soft power or influence, I think as a film studies scholar, we need to make a distinction between productions that are a showcase and productions that are not a showcase. A Love So Beautiful, for example, as I've stated, it doesn't stand out as a cultural showcase, but I thought of Namaste Bahala, for instance. It's a collaboration, it's a kind of collaboration, movie collaboration that China and Nigeria partnered. And it's basically a series which tells, it's a film which tells an intercultural love story. Just a second, I had just noted the name of the director. Yeah, so basically it's directed by a filmmaker. Her name is Hamisha Daryani Ahuja, if I am pronouncing it right. I think I'm not, but so basically it's an example of a showcase where Bollywood and Nollywood have joined forces to produce a new movie. And these kind of productions, they should, I think, also be looked at in terms of how and whether, if at all, they exert kind of soft power. So as I said, we should distinguish between cases which stand as a showcase and which do not stand as a showcase. Another question, for instance, if I were to think from an international relations perspective, we could say that the global acceptance of Hollywood cinema and other American cultural exports like rap music, hip hop, basketball, we could say that Hollywood, the global acceptance of Hollywood cinema also brought about the acceptance of American values. And in the era of digital humanities, a counterculture is on the rise, and it's coming from countries like India and Nigeria. And could we say that, for example, did the rise of Bollywood on a global scale, did it result in a corresponding rise in India's soft power or Nigeria's soft power? So whether there is any kind of research on this, that's something that I'm thinking about. Another point, for instance, how about English remaining the dominant language in filmmaking globally? How do we think about that? For instance, I have just come across a survey about the Nigerian film industry, and it says that about 56% of Nollywood films are produced in Nigeria's local languages. Yoruba, the major one, 31% it says, but still English remains a prominent language, accounting for 44%, and this kind of contributes to Nigeria's success in exporting films. And we see this in many other Netflix series, like Spanish series, for example. We hear them in Spanish language, but there are also kind of English ones and Danish dramas, for example. There are a lot of English-speaking English language productions. Other things, well, actually I think I will just stop here and see whether we can kind of facilitate debate on any of these points, and if we can, maybe, you know, more debate will rise on that.
Valerie, do you want to go? Do you want to go?
Okay. Well, for the first question on Netflix, I totally agree with you. Netflix is a big company. It's weird because in China it's not available, Netflix. So I think for the Chinese cultural products, it's a little bit complicated because they have their big company like Netflix in order to share cultural product for Chinese people. Like, for example, Kindergarten was aired in China in 2018 by Yunnan Television, and Yunnan Television is kind of Chinese Netflix. So I think their efforts to sell products on Netflix is just a necessity to export their cultural products abroad. You told about the relation between China and Africa, and I think it's really interesting to analyze, and will be interesting to analyze in the future, because the relationship between the China and Africa, it's really important, not just for the Chinese economy, but also for the Chinese power. Someone has told about a new kind of colonization, but I think it's a new kind of interprets the relations. So they, for example, in Africa, they, I don't know, probably Tayo know better than me, there is the sell to lots of different countries in Africa, the digital television. It was the first time that in some parts of Africa there is the digital television, thanks to China. And then in the case of Ebola, they helped Africa to fight the illness. So it's useful to be inside of the international public opinion. And I think it's difficult to be outside if you want to be a superpower. The second question that you ask, it's a difference between the Chinese TV series and international TV series, or for example, American TV series. I think the most interesting part is the stressing role of the society, different society. For example, the same fact that both series take place in educational settings, so in the school and the university. But the role of the school and the role of the university is so central for the meaning of the TV series. It's really different from American TV series, in which the school is, or the university is just a context, it's just a background. In A Love So Beautiful, for example, if you, John Chen, the boy that is the protagonist, is described as the most good student in the school. And that's why she loved him. I'm sorry for the spoiler, but I think it's useful for the analysis, because he is not like it's not a Western masculinity. It's a new way to decline the role of the man and the role of the women. So, for example, the woman is not so beautiful, like she's not so rich, she's not physical, beautiful like physics, but she's just her, and with her kindness and her brave, she's the protagonist. She achieved her dream, that is to stay in love with his boyfriend. So the main point is a real different imaginary also for us, even if we live in a different cultural context, but we can accept the Chinese values. That is a real harmonious society in what they are selling to us, obviously. And the last one, and then I think Tayo can answer again, it's the rising power of the affinity between the rising power of other emerging countries like India or other African power, and the use of English. It's really interesting, your question, because both the series are available on Netflix just in Chinese. Probably because they are so long, like 74 episodes for both series, 50 minutes. So I think the translation was really hard. But the point that on Netflix, all series are just in Chinese, and you have the possibility to have the subtitle in all the main international language, but not in Chinese. So it's not for Chinese, probably it's not just for Chinese abroad, but it's also for other people. And in fact, in a very superficial research that I made on Facebook and Instagram, they received, like in my country, in Italy, a very huge amount of fans. And it's weird because it's really different from Italian TV series, also for the story that they want to tell. And so I think, well, the use of English is now useful, and how can I say, it's fundamental if you want to be inside of the international debate. But I think we are shifting the power in other regions of the world, like Asia, Africa, and so on. And that's why the rising power of China, the real, a new understanding of the soft power, the same fact that in China, the transliteration of soft power that is declined as a cultural soft power, and that's not recognized by Joseph Nye, it's interesting because they are declining a new concept, a new international concept also for academics, and also to understand how the new emerging country, that it's not just emerging like China, are declining a new way of international relation, of other traditional disciplines that are also in our country. So it's useful to starting to analyze showcases, as you have mentioned, but also something that is smaller, like I Love So Beautiful, that allow us to be in a part inside of a new culture, a new society, and a new idea of politics also.
Thank you, Valeria. So I'm just going to pick it up from where you started and kind of move up. Ebru, do you want to add to that? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I would really like to hear your kind of points of view, and then we can continue.
Okay, thank you. So I would start from the question around language. I think a language is very critical because it's part of who we are. It's part of our culture. And I think that what Netflix and other alternative streaming channel help us do is that they provide opportunity for different possibilities. So just like Valeria was saying, a lot of the movies done from Nollywood that are on Netflix that actually spoke my language. Part of it was my language in Yoruba or Igbo or something, and there's subtitle and all that. And I think what that does is that it's open opportunities to be able to see the other, to hear the other, and all of that. But what's really interesting that even though that's happening on a very subtle level that we can always embrace that and all that, is that we can still, I think it's very important not to forget the fact that Netflix or whatever channel, whatever platform is operating within a certain neoliberal apparatus. And that in itself captures the entirety. It's a project. It's not just where we just come and say language and all of that, but they need to put on a content or put content that speak to me, that speak to all of us or a part of us that can actually buy as a buy-in into that. So I think that looking in terms of production aesthetics and looking in terms of production values and all of that, we're now understanding that the world is shifting. We're shifting from the colonial to the, thinking about the decolonial processes and all of that. And so even in the world of business, it's like, how do we play that narrative? So as much as Netflix is given the opportunity to get national content to be spread out the world and all of that, there is still the underlying principle, which is really using that power to take on a certain space. Now, these things are complex, just like Valeria was saying, is that there are a lot of us that maybe not everybody has Netflix, obviously. Not everybody is on Facebook, but at least if we take that the era where we are right now is taking over so many things that many of us live virtually, in the virtual space. So I think that it's kind of interesting to look into that and what that means in moving forward in terms of our identity, who is represented, whose story is being said, and all of those things. Which brings me to the next point, which is which Ebru was saying about production that showcase and that do not showcase. I don't think I agree to the dichotomy, to be honest. I think that there are nuances. I think that as much as there's a production in a particular, as much as there is a showcase, it's possible that that showcase is not. There's no way that. So I use Black Panther, for example. And one of the reasons why Black Panther got all over the place was that they were saying, the argument is that it did showcase, at least for the very first time in the history of Hollywood, a particular representation in terms of who told the story, whose identity is represented and all of that. But we can't still negate the fact that it's still the medium of Hollywood. It's still the medium of a certain way of doing things that not necessarily is African. So for me, I do not subscribe to the dichotomy of whether it does showcase or does not showcase. I think both comes with a package. There are times that it does not, there are times that it does, because by the kind of the medium, medium of Netflix, for example, or the medium of the content, or maybe in language and all of that, there are cultural representations. There are ways that we're showcasing, whether in a subtle way and in a not subtle way. I think that all of that is there. So the example that, the case study of Valerie, if we bring that on board, for example, if you pick that particular case study, I believe that, we'll see that representation of the Chinese, like, Valerie was saying, but at the same time, there are other representations that are there. So I think that bringing those productions together and looking at them holistically, for me, I think that's the way I would approach it, because it all come together. The challenge that dividing it into two would pose for me is to say, well, these all that, but the reality is it all come together. And then that now speaks to, the relationship of China and Africa. It's very complex. It's complex in the sense that it's very political, and because of how sensitive it is, there's some things that one has to diplomatically walk around. The strategy that China is using in Africa, it's quite interesting, because then at the end of the day, even with all the the welfareism and the economic prowess and generosity, humanitarianism, and all of those things, at the end of the day, it is boils down to the idea of controlling a particular space, a particular narrative. And so, yes, for example, Star Times, that's in Nigeria, Star Times in Nigeria, DSTV, for example, which is a South African company, is in Nigeria. Yes, they give that opportunity for us, for Nigeria or other part of the world, to have access to certain narrative and all of that. But when we now look at it, it end up pointing to the fact that they dominate something. They take on a certain economic stance. So I think for me, those complexities are very important to kind of consider in all the narrative. And now moving that even into international politics and diplomacy, is that I wouldn't say that, the British, for example, came direct, they did direct rule, or French did, a policy of association and assimilation. But now we'd say we're moving into that new colonial era, where it is not really coming in that forceful way, but it's coming in a certain way, in a very enticing way, which at the end of the day, it is to achieve something, which is to dominate. I mean, if you so again, I'm just trying to tease out the complexity carefully here, so that we understand that I don't think I don't think that a certain strategy of making that happen is to say one is better than the other. At the end of the day, yes, they're using different approaches, but it boils down to the fact that it is to dominate. It is to become the world power. It is to be, a certain narrative. And finally, to go to the idea of the potential of that to exalt soft power, I would say yes. It's when there is a showcase, when there is a product that comes from a particular, political or economical or cultural, social, historical lens, it is showcasing something, and in a way, it is giving us avenue to. It's not really to influence us necessarily, but at least it's telling a story from a particular angle. So in a way, that in itself is achieving a certain purpose that ordinarily I might not be able to think like that. So an example would be the US, for example, where they are part of their, with all with the cultural exchange, all the program, the Fulbright and all of that, just extending it beyond, beyond just film now, is that the goal is that to change, to have a certain narrative about the US. And I think that in all of the cultural and strategic ethos of all of these conversations and the way these countries pull these things together, that's just the way it is, So I would say yes, at the end of the day, those are some of the realities. But for me, in the context of my conversation, is that how can Nigeria, with the context of Nollywood, leverage that to be able to speak the right, present the right content with the right production aesthetics and value. And at the same time, create a system where the market, the people are not let to, that the people are protected within that ethos and narrative.
Thank you very much for your comments. What you have just said made me think of something else, actually. I just thought of Danish dramas, which are screened on Netflix. And particularly my expertise is on Scandinavian cinema. So that's why I came up with this example. And for instance, some Danish directors are particularly known for their global productions, like Susanne Bier, for instance. And she is known for combining the artistic principles of the Dogme movement, Dogme 95 movement, like the use of natural color, natural lighting, etc., etc. And she combines this visual language with a global political story. And what attracts the international audience here is not only the global political story, like the humanitarian aid or war conflicts, etc., but also seeing the authentic Danish way of life. So actually forming a bond with this kind of authentic national product as well. And also these series are known to export feminism, export in quotation, and it is an inspirational thing for, say, Turkish crime fiction as well. So there is kind of well, some people criticize it for kind of directly exporting the theme and reproducing actually the conventions around these issues, but that could be a vantage point which relates to your argument. So I just thought of mentioning that. There is one more thing that came to my mind actually, and that is as I said, I think that the combination of soft power and hard power matters. I would like to explain this based on one particular example. For instance, if we are to think about the Turkish kind of dramas, and for instance, there are certain issues between Turkey and Europe, like the airspace dispute with Greece and territorial waters, the minorities in Thrace, etc., etc. And I think these kind of issues affect the ways in which the TV series is seen in some states and in some other states. So in this kind of way, if we talk about fantasies, mechanisms of othering, the combination of hard power and soft power cannot be overlooked in this issue. That's something I would just like to underline. I'm not kind of saying this as a kind of criticism or in response to any of your comments, but as a general comment. And maybe you may have some issues, you know, some comments about your particular cases on that. I don't know, but I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you very much.
Can I add something? I don't know, Tayo. Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
I think the importance of hard power and superpower and soft power, it's obviously recognized by everyone. But I think the real importance of the evolution of soft power, in particular in the developing country, is that the fact that the evolution of soft power and public diplomacy and the arrival to the digital diplomacy, so the presence of a country that served their persuasive power through internet and all the possible platforms, is that now the country is telling their policy and their culture and their politics directly through the users. So not through governments, not through citizens, but in the international level to all the people. So probably when you talked about the difficult situation between Turkey and Europe, and then we can see some difficulties in reaching the Turkish TV series in some states. It's obviously done for the algorithmic regulation of Netflix. So, for example, I couldn't see Chinese cultural product on Netflix. I have to see. I have to search manually on Netflix the TV series that I want to see in order to see, because, you know, it's a recommendation system that recommend you in regard of where you are, who you are, the kind of device you are using. So the recommendation is direct to you. And for me, I am in Italy. I use Italian language in my laptop. So it's weird to show me something that cannot be interesting in my usual preferences. But now, since I have seen a lot of beautiful meteor garden, I started to see all Asian film and TV series. So I know everything about Korea that produced lots of TV series on Netflix. Well, this is the same, for example, for TikTok. I am researching on the platforms, and even if I'm looking for Chinese content, I couldn't see Chinese other content on my on my TikTok account. So obviously there is an insistence between the coexistence between human daily life and the new cultural idea and products that and contents probably that I can see on international platforms. And obviously the artificial intelligence is regulating our use and our idea of watch culture, and probably also our idea of made content, but a cultural content, but this is another discussion. But then I think that the new idea of soft power is what is really reshaping international relations, in particular for the developing country, because we have seen in the last year that US power and probably European power is decreasing in all the different area of the world. But at the same time, obviously China for the economics, but also for their geopolitical influence in Asia, in Africa, and also now in Europe. And also the new superpower and the role of Russia, the role of Turkey. So we are, I think, in a new era in which the power is so moving, and the real value is that there is not just hard power that we understood before, but the new way of soft power. And I think also TV series can really reshape the international imaginary for China, for Turkey, and also for the other country that wanted to be inside of the international public opinion.
So I do agree. I think that we can, hard power and soft power, there's no way we want to, there's a relationship there. And I would say that right now, if I think because of the current civilization, I think we will frown at hard power in a certain way, if it's being used in an aggressive form. But that's where soft power comes into play, where it's really influencing us and shaping us to the direction they would have us go, or we would want certain people to go, certain communities to go, and we're going there. So rather than just being very militaristic, very aggressive, now it's really like they're just heading us to a certain direction. I'm not a political scientist, so I do not have, that, when it comes to speaking about some of these things, for me, I'm speaking more as an artist, and of course, as a critical community, citizen. And I think that, both of them have their own, they have their own issues. And I think for me, even soft power is way more very, aggressive. I'm using the word aggressive for lack of a better word, in a sense, because then that means that we're literally directing you in a particular way without you knowing it at times. You're literally saying yes to maybe something you don't even want to say yes to, because of what we see on the screen, the music we hear, all of those other parts of our human and daily experience and existence. And I think for me, that is that's really very interesting. So I think both of them kind of, there's a way they kind of work together. But the other thing to look into is that I want to think about is that I wonder too, for example, there are some series that I can't see on Netflix, here in Canada, but I can see them in Nigeria, or it can be seen in South Korea. I wonder too, if that's not just about the algorithm of the AI and all of that, I wonder if policy comes into play there. I don't know the policies that these institutions or these companies have to get into. I know for example, in the case of Canada, which maybe this might be an example to Sada's earlier question, when you're in, operating within the entertainment industry and all of that, there's a certain Canadian content that you must air. There's a certain Canadian content percentage that must go to Canadian content. And you must adhere to that. So I wonder, maybe there are policies like that, for example, when Netflix is coming to a particular country, maybe that's, again, I don't know, maybe that might be something to look into, because as much as we always want to talk about algorithm, I think that there are other, hardcore components that kind of regulate some of these things. So I just wanted to highlight that. Maybe it's something that, it would explore. But for my own this particular research, I'm really interested in really engaging with Nollywood. And of course, the larger book project itself is really looking at recentering, cultural diplomacy and orange economy in the post-colonial Africa. So we're not just looking into Nollywood alone. We're really looking into every, whatever that we call, orange economy, and kind of look at that within the context of the post-colonial Africa. So, and I think that's why for me, the post-colonial is very critical, really looking at some of these things from that lens, because then that changes some of this conversation significantly and kind of help us to think in a very different way that I think that would drive the conversation to really understanding what power is all about, what dominance is all about, and in those subtle ways that soft power, for example, become a tool or an apparatus to make that happen.
Well, I think I don't have any further comments, but I would like to invite other kind of participants. I would like to leave the floor to the other participants. Esra Hocam, I would like to leave the floor to the other participants. I don't have any further comments.
Thank you very much, Ebru Hocam.
Hi from Croatia. I have a question for Taiva. I don't know much about Nollywood, but I watched one documentary about it, and huge issue was piracy. And it was explained in a way that Nigeria doesn't have much screens, so people cannot watch movies outside, and that's why the black market is booming because everybody's buying DVDs and they watch movies at home. And now we have Nollywood on Netflix, so I can watch Nollywood movies in Croatia. I pay to Netflix. So how does this affect artists? Because you said you are not a cultural policy expert or a researcher. I come from practice. So I'm just wondering what do you think? How good are intellectual property laws? Are they, can they actually, are there any protection of the artists in this way? What do you think about this?
Thanks, Barbara. I think some producers and some filmmakers think that the advent of Netflix is an intervention to curbing piracy. Mm-hmm. Because, like you rightly mentioned, there's a lot of that in the country. Even though we have the Piracy Act and whoever that is caught and all of that, at the same time, some filmmakers believe that it's almost the same, in the sense that once you have it on Netflix, that's it. Mm-hmm. So at the end of the day, I think it's the artist that stands in the middle of that, and whatever way that is. I would say that it seems that with the advent of Netflix, the artist is way more protected than pirate, than just pirating things. And I know that, and I can give some couple of examples of filmmakers who, before their film got out there, it was pirated and they lost everything. So, and that's why some filmmakers do believe that, with the introduction of Netflix, instead of them to be fighting and guiding against, piracy of their work and all of that, they rather just give that, have an agreement with Netflix to know how that works. Now, I've not done anything with Netflix to know what they contract with and all of that. But it is what I would imagine that in entering contract with Netflix, then there might be, those are some of, hopefully those things will be covered in that agreement. I know that at least there's a certain level of protection that you don't just rip or download films on Netflix. People do it, but I think that it would take some level of hacking expertise and all of that. So in a way, I think that there's a lot of, systems in place versus when, folks on the street just pirate, they just pirate the film and sell it in DVDs and all of that. That's the only way I can answer that, to say that for the artist, I think that many of them, and because I have a lot of colleagues and friends who are actually in Nollywood, and they keep saying that that they believe that with Nollywood, with Netflix, they are more protected than just having, than just to being at the mercy of those on the street. And that's, again, because, we have Piracy Act and all that, yes, but I mean, the question of how effective some of those, legal instruments, to the extent of how effective they are and all of that, that's questionable. So they rather just want to go to that. And the practical thing now is that some of them know that if this is going to Netflix, it goes to them and that's it. So even bargain higher when it comes to compensation. So again, those are some other things that that I can add to that. In terms of the experience of that, in terms of your question, Barbara.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, yes, we have enough time to have your questions and comments.
Thinking about the future of soft power, I mean, past theoretical understandings of soft power are very much embedded in international relations and international relations between nation states and the projection of national culture. And I'm wondering, with Netflix, with its continued globalization of working with local, foreign and regional directors and having a way of embedding themselves in the film industries of other countries, whether Netflix are following many American corporations in really a kind of getting out of American national state frameworks or restrictions and becoming, like a lot of multinational corporations, kind of freeing themselves from the parameters of the nation state and really creating their own sphere of soft power, a kind of corporate soft power that represents a kind of corporate culture that is continually attempting to free itself from its own nation state. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Valeria, you want to say something?
No, you can continue. I can add something later.
Jonathan, yes, it does. And part of my doctoral work, I looked into the idea of border studies, the physical border and the non-physical border, and the territorial border and the non-territorial border, and that's spectrum of control. And this, what you just raised now is really, was something that came out of that, is that Netflix, for example, or Facebook, or LinkedIn, whatever, all of those platforms, they do not necessarily reside in in Nigeria, for example, but they're having some level of a significant level of influence. And so their reach is not just the territory, which is where it's connected to the border state discourse, that it's now really moving into a territorial, where they're sort of becoming their own power system, moving beyond the nation state categorization. And of course, with Anderson Benedict, who wrote the book called The Imagined Communities, and really teasing out the idea that we're moving, with the idea of imagined communities, we're moving beyond the definition of nation state. And I think that really that's what is happening right now, is that with all of these, different platforms, they are really bringing us to that where we're redefining our relationship beyond just the traditional sense of nation state. Now, in the context of Netflix, that's exactly what is happening. So I think, again, I'm not an expert in policy making and all of that, but when I look at it critically as an artist, I see that they become a channel for mobility for me, where I can put my product there and anybody in the world can actually get access to it. And so regardless of where they are, and everyone is subscribing, not everyone, but at least many people are really subscribing to that because of the capacity, because of the reach, because of the network. So I would say I totally agree with you, Jonathan, that yes, with their ways of operating, and with the systems and the structures that they've built already, and what they are still acquiring, they're sort of changing the economic of things. They're changing the definition of things, specifically when it comes to soft power. And I think that that's really what gets me worried, really, because then in a way they are taking on a level of control again, a level of dominance, whether we agree or not, because then it will get to a point where if a film does not want to get to that level of that global capacity or reach, it has to get to Netflix. Netflix becomes the Hollywood again. It becomes the center. So it's very complex, but I think for me, those are some other things that are kind of critical that I don't have an answer for them, but.
Well, I have a background in political science, and I have a master's degree in public diplomacy. So soft power, it's really interesting for me. I think I in part agree with what Teo said. So there is a real we are moving to a culture in which the concept of borders and nation state are more fluid. So probably there is a new idea also of integration of different culture. In fact, part of my research that is about the digital diplomacy, Chinese digital diplomacy, is also how China has used it digital to create a nation branding, so a brand of a nation. Because I think even if lots of scholars talk about the end of nation states thanks to the digital world, today we are fighting with digital platform that reconstruct the national cultural barriers. This is the case of TikTok, this is the case of Facebook, and this is the case of this biggest company that made a deal with government in order to sell different kind of products, also of other of different cultural products. Like, for example, in Italy, some parts of Chinese content or probably Turkish company are not allowed. So we are seeing a different regulation in different countries. And that's why I think if it's possible to talk about a new power of companies, so probably not just the brand of a nation, but the national brands. So like Tencent, it represents China, or Netflix, it represents America. And now the country are running to be at the center of international scenario, because they are leaving the scenario to big company like Facebook or Netflix or others. What it's really important is that the soft power that Netflix is done, it's not directly linked to America, but everyone, when we think about the biggest company in the United States, we are thinking about Facebook and Netflix and YouTube and so on. So they are necessary for the country, and the company needs a big country. For example, if Nigeria produced a streaming video today, it's really hard for Nigeria to take the streaming video at global level, to reach a large amount of users, because it's a kind of relationship between the company and the nation in which the company is. So probably someone in Nigeria, to be global, they have to go in China now or in the United States. And this change, obviously, the cultural products. So probably shaping the soft power of Nigeria, shaping the soft power at international level. But that's the point. So now every country needs a brand, and the brand is made by their reputation, but also their industry, their companies that represent the nation. And this is a real big shift in the international relations and in the idea also of soft power, and in particular on cultural diplomacy, because culture is something more directly linking with the nation, with the local. Every nation has its tradition, its culture, and we have to preserve it. But in the era of Netflix, of big company, it's really hard to manage preservation. So I don't know how can we do, but I know that we have to talk about it also in the sending cultural imaginary.
Sarhan Hocam, yes, would you like to add something?
To complete what has been said, once there was a Turkish poet who just qualified civilization as a monster with only one tooth left. I think at this stage, we can maybe try to qualify the nation state in a way, despite several other indicators, as a monster with several few teeth left, because we can also witness it with what's going on recently with the pandemic. Although most of them do not confess that they are simply incapable to cope with what's going on. This is my observation number one, because this has also consequences on cultural policies, which were considered to be part of the political cultural administration somehow historically. And now it's turning to be something to do with civil society, with people and so on. And also looking at worldwide cultural fluxes, we can see that there are more and more interconnected communities, which are becoming not capable, but very active. Second observation is about, as an industry, film industry or cinema as an art. And I noticed that we are more and more talking of cinema as an industry, economically, politically, and so on, and less as an art. So this is my second point, which also needs maybe to be addressed in the future. I don't know your comments on that.
Sahar, yeah, I totally agree with you. The first point, yes, I think nation state is really, it's a monster with no, well, maybe with no, just one or two teeth left. That's the reality of where we find ourselves now. So I wouldn't belabor that point. The second point in terms of, the cinema, film and that industry, I think the question of economics of things is very key. And that's why we constantly gravitate towards that a lot. Constantly the fact that, we have to think of how to sustain it, right? So if I have a production and if I just present it to just one person, then if I'm paying gate fee, then if I'm asking audience to pay gate fee, then that means that if it's only one person that sees it, then that means that that's the, that's it, then I'm not going to make profit. So we're constantly, as a practitioner, as an artist, I'm constantly asking myself, how can I make this go forward? How can I get this to more, right? Because that's just the way it is. So, and in that shapes how we look at things. So I had the opportunity to direct a play, for example, in Nigeria, and I took it to Sudan. But because I was taking it to Sudan, I had to, it's a different audience. I had to revise, I had to add some Arabic content and all of that so that it can become, accessible to that particular audience. And that's the same thing with Netflix or any other of this platform, is that when we start getting in all of those things, the production value shifts because the economics of things comes into play, the integration. So all of those things kind of come together that we now start thinking the conversation goes beyond the art now. It's now go into the production. How do I produce it? How do I get it out there? So I totally agree with you for sure.
I would also like to make a comment at this stage in response to both of your comments. In its conventional sense, cinema is actually related to the idea of the spectacle. And Guy Debord, for instance, in the 1970s talked about the spectacle as the opium of the modern society. It replaces religion, it says. And maybe we need to talk about the spectacle again in the era of digital humanities, because the meaning of the spectacle changes as well. And there is a lot of debate about what happens to the aesthetic properties of cinema. As I said in the beginning of my speech, it's an art and an industry at the same time. And when we talk about alternative streaming platforms, we talk about the limitations of the industry and the possibilities of the industry. But maybe we should equally talk about the kind of artistic possibilities or artistic limitations, like what happens to the cinematic image. And what happens to the spectacle in relation to the cinematic image. So I think that's a kind of productive line of inquiry.
And in China, it's a little bit different because cinema, it's used not just an art, but also a way to have propaganda. And they are, Chinese government in particular are really proud to call propaganda. So I think it's, this is also an important point to highlight, because in Western countries, the use of the term propaganda is like banned, And in China, there is a ministry of propaganda. So it's important to highlight and know. I think cinema, I am Italian, so for us, it's a little bit different. Cinema is art, but probably today it has to be involved in a discussion of what art is for economy. Because, sorry, for example, in Italy, there is a huge debate about how Netflix has shaped cinema, as reduced the power of cinema inside of a country, because lots of big film are sold to Netflix. So there is not the need to go to the cinema because there is on Netflix. And for China, it's different because China doesn't allow Netflix inside of the country. And their regulation of cinema, it's really strict. Like 2 years ago, there is a very propagandistic film, and the name is Amazing China. It's produced by Alibaba's Pictures, so another big company that received funds by the government. And the film is, it was the story of Xi Jinping achievement and the growing power of China, all the different sectors of the society. And for the Chinese critics, it was beautiful and so interesting and so artistic. But if you saw it, it's like a propagandistic film. So I think in the case of China, we have a really different debate from all the other countries. And that's why it's important how their cultural products are on Netflix, so on other publics, that is not just domestic. And for in terms of nation, I totally agree with Tayo and Professor, because I think now we cannot more talk about nation, because we are too small to talk with China or United States in terms of demography, in terms of power, in terms of economy, but what is really important for a nation, I think, is the preservation of the arts. So how the specificity of culture can be preserved but shared, obviously, because we are in a globalized context. We have to deal with international companies and platforms, but we have to manage and preserve our differences and to be proud of our differences, like the same Xi Jinping has explained in its declination of Chinese.
So I would say that I think the key word for me there, it's the idea of globalization. The fact that the art itself is not, the art itself is not complete without the spectator. And I think that defines the production aesthetics. It defines how the art is presented. And when we now bring that within the discourse of globalization and of course, to use Ebru's word, industrialization within the neoliberal system, it changes everything. And I think that it just changes how we look at it. It changes how we do all these things. In the context of Nollywood, so Living in Bondage, for example, in that case, I've not seen the revised version, but the initial version that was done, it's so crude that perhaps, people, it's not really, it's not up to the international standard in terms of, filmic value, aesthetics and all of that. And hence the reason we want the world to hear and see the story. So we need to do another version that is actually presented to the international world. And that's going to be a lot of tweak here and there. So I think that I do agree with what Ebru said, a point that Ebru raised in terms of, how, the idea of, industrialization really shifts everything. The fact that economics of things changes how we create what we create. And once an art form starts moving from one location to another, whether physically or virtually, then things start shifting, because then there is the geographical shift, there is the cultural shift, and all those things are very important in integrating, in making other people to be aware, to see, to enjoy that particular art form. So I think that those are things that I guess we have to live with, I would say. But even though we have to live with all of that, it's the reality of our human existence at this point in time. In what ways can governments that are, that we believe in, for those that believe in government, in what ways can our system build a way that the entire dominance doesn't belong to these systems and structures? And maybe we don't have answers to them right now. Maybe we're not yet to figure that out. But I think that it might be important for us, as an artist or, policymakers, to start thinking about that, because if we're not careful, they become global powers at the end of the day, that they take all the control, then what is left? So those are other bigger issues that I think that, maybe we don't have answers to them, but I do agree that as in this globalized era, things change for sure.
Okay, and thank you so much. If no one has anything else to add, then I think it's time to close this session. Yep.
I also would like to add thanks to the presenters and to the organizing committee, and thanks for inviting me as a discussant. It has been very joyful and very productive to discuss this issue.
Okay,
thank you too.
And thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity to be part of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Herkese çok teşekkürler bizden de. Ebru Hocam, Esra Hocam, tartışmaları moderatörleriniz için çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Aynı zamanda Valeria ve Tayfa'ya da değerli sunumları için çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Bir de ben en başında atladım. Hepinizden özür diliyorum bunun için. Pandemi sebebiyle aramızda olamayan Navres Russi de bizimle beraber olacaktı. Sunum yapmak için kabul edilmişti kendisi, ama bu kaçırdığımız koşullar yüzünden maalesef zor günler geçirdi. Yani sağlığıyla ilgili bir durum yok, ama bir ülkeler arası geçişlerde sorun yaşadı ve onun sebebiyle aramızda olamadı. Kendisi bizimle olsaydı Challenges of Programming Arab Films in Major Film Festivals After the Arab Spring isimli bildirisiyle bizimle olacaktı. Yani buradan da uzaktan da olsa kendisine teşekkür ediyoruz bunun için. Şimdi düne göre birazcık daha uzun bir aramız var. Yani dinlenmek, biraz kendimize gelmek için. İstanbul saatiyle saat 1'de son oturumumuzda olacağız. 5 katılımcının olacağı bir oturum olacak. Tekrar bir tartışmacımız ve bir moderatörün olacağı bir oturum. Orada da hepinizi görmek için sabırsızlanıyoruz. Görüşmek üzere şimdiden. Çok teşekkürler. Dünkü gibi yine kanal açık olacak. Kapatmayacağız. Eğer çıkarsanız gelmek istediğinizde biz tekrar sizi katılımcı olarak içeriye alacağız. Çok teşekkürler. Sağ olun şimdiden.
Teşekkürler. Görüşmek üzere. Görüşürüz.
Hoş geldiniz yeniden. İkinci günümüzün son oturumu, 5. oturumumuzu açıyoruz. Dün gelemeyenler için ben Zeynep Yavuz Cezar, İstanbul Bilgi Üniversitesi Kültür Yönetimi lisansüstü program öğrencisi. Aynı zamanda bu organizasyonun komitesindeyim. Son oturuma başlamadan önce birkaç hatırlatma yapmak istiyorum. Konferansımız kayıt altına alınıyor ve YouTube'dan canlı yayın yapılıyor. Ses problemi yaşamamak için katılımcıların sadece konuştukları sırada mikrofon açmalarını ve bildirim seslerini kapatmalarını rica ediyoruz ortam sesi olmaması adına. Zoom'da alt sırada yer alan Interpretation ikonundan İngilizce ve Türkçe simultane çeviri seçeneğine ulaşabilirsiniz. Zoom Türkçe çeviri ismi vermediği için Japonca yazan Türkçe çevirimiz aslında. Zoom katılımcılarımız ve YouTube'dan takip eden izleyicilerimiz tüm sorularını ve yorumlarını chatten de bizlere ulaştırabilirler. Şimdi organizasyon komitesinden arkadaşım Ayşe'ye oturumu açmak üzere sözü devrediyorum.
Teşekkürler Zeynep. Dün gelemeyenler için ben de Ayşe Devecioğlu. Tekrar hoş geldiniz hepiniz. Bilgi Üniversitesi Kültür Yönetimi Yüksek Lisans Programı öğrencisiyim. Son oturumumuz olan tüm formlarıyla kültür sanatta hoş geldiniz. Şimdi oturum moderatörümüz Profesör Dr. Wolfgang Schneider'ı ve oturum tartışmacımız Doktor Öğretim Üyesi Nina Mialinak'ı davet ediyorum.
A very warm welcome from Germany. I'm not sure if you could see me.
We can see you.
Okay. Here, yeah. I couldn't see me, but now I'm here. Yes, thank you. First of all, thank you to give me the chance. One of the participants of the Young Researchers Conference about cultural policy and cultural diplomacy at the Bilgi in Istanbul. As you see, I'm not belonging to the Young Researchers group, but I feel like a senior researcher. And this is my job as professor for cultural policy at the University of Hildesheim, which is a small city in Germany. And mostly we work, of course, with the young researchers, with the students, but also with a couple of PhD students. We are working internationally, and we have a partnership with the Bilgi University. We have a strong exchange all over the last more than 10 years. And there is also a friendship to good old Professor Serhan Ada. And there are two PhD students. We are working together. And Serhan Junior is one of them. So thank you so much, and I'm very much interested to that what the young researcher will present to us. We are working in Hildesheim in the whole field of cultural policy research. I was holding the UNESCO chair for 8 years, dedicated to the arts in development, and we are also very much working in the field of cultural diplomacy. We are working together with the first Arabic master in Casablanca for cultural policy, with the PhD graduate school in 2 other African universities. And of course, we are working together with a good old friend in Belgrade, Milena Dragicevic. And I know that with us, there is also, as the discussant, Nina from Belgrade. So give my special regards also to Milena, and it's up to you to present your
great, yeah.
discussion. Thank you so much.
Hello. Yeah, hello, hi.
So what we have to do is very difficult, because we have 2 hours, but we have 5 presenters, and as you know, the procedure is 20 minutes presentation, 10 minutes Q&A. And in German, we know mathematics a little bit. So 5 times half an hour is a little bit more than 2 hours. We have also the possibility to discuss all of the presentations afterwards for 30 minutes. So at least maybe we will have 3 hours, but as a moderator, I have to ask you, please keep the time, please excuse me when I make my interventions, but we should use also the Q&A sessions. The first speaker is İlknur Gümüş. If my Turkish is right, and there is the topic, the digital cultural diplomacy, and it's up to you now for the next 20 minutes.
Zeynep Hanım'dan da cevap alamadık. Milan.
Yeah, of course. I can start first. So, okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. May I please switch off my camera because I'm afraid it could affect my my connection speed. It's okay. Just to share screen.
However you feel comfortable, with or without the camera. That's okay.
Okay. Just a minute.
So this is Milan. Okay.
Yes.
Welcome.
Yes. Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
Great.
Hello, everyone. My name is Milan Đorđević. I'm a PhD candidate at the Faculty of Dramatic Arts at the University of Arts in Belgrade. For the purpose of this brief presentation, I have prepared a summary of the ongoing case study research, which I'm doing for my PhD thesis. Although my plan was to focus on the art colony in Sisak in Croatia, which I found as a great example of exploring the self-management practice in culture. Due to coronavirus pandemic in the previous months, I didn't manage to complete the research. So my presentation refers to the general overview and analysis of Yugoslav's self-management model and practice in the field of culture. That practice was based on the idea of democratization of culture and non-hierarchical social action. The Yugoslav self-management practice is not sufficiently explored by scholars in the field of culture. In the time of global prevalence of neoliberal capitalism, which has brought the growth of social inequality and the rising exclusivity in the art world, there is a need to find new ways of organizing and governing the cultural system, which would enable direct participation of all actors. There is an increasing interest in the last years among scholars for the cultural governance models that enables citizens to enter decision-making processes by building their capacities for the use of democratic instruments in order to transform institutions and improve the quality of democracy. There are also studies and reports by the European Commission, European Parliament, Council of Europe, UNESCO, and other international organizations that point out the importance of focusing on and investing more in various forms of cultural participation. Because it is recognized that cultural participation, by contributing to higher levels of tolerance and trust, directly influences democratic security and creation of an inclusive society, as well as equal access to cultural resources, participation in cultural politics, and active participation in artistic practices. Both in theory and practice, some of the key positive effects of the democratic governance practices are recognized in creating new values, more equal distribution of public resources, and sharing responsibility in decision-making processes, as stated by Dea Vidovic in one research she done 2 years ago. Having in mind that a central point of the concept of democratic governance is power relations and anti-hierarchical social structure, the focus of my research was the experience of Yugoslav self-management, which led to reconfiguration of the relationship between the one who governs and the one who is governed. As it is useful to learn about the positive effects of this experience, it is also good to learn from Yugoslav failures and limitations. The theory of self-management socialism developed by Edvard Kardelj, a Yugoslav politician and economist, was based on the idea of collective ownership of the means of production and the idea of collective management of production processes. It is very important to point out that Yugoslav society as a communist society was not a monolithic block, but a society full of conflicts. It found a formula for cultural practices that may be important today when we live in a time of declining state intervention in the economy and social activities. By social activities, I mean of those practices that are necessary for social reproduction, like education, health, social structure, services, culture, etc. Self-management socialism was a dynamic set of different and contradictory processes that resulted in different phases. The periodization of Yugoslav self-management stems from the eternal contradictions of that system between the Western and Eastern Europe. I will not go in deep explanation of this of the evolution of this system, but here is the brief preview on this slide, where you can see the slight shift from the state-centered society toward liberalized form of social state. The idea of Yugoslav self-management model was developed as a counter-reaction to the system of administrative budget distribution, where the participants in associated labor who contribute to the creation of the surplus value exert only an indirect influence on cultural development. In that manner, the cultural committees and supreme authorities, the political and cultural elite, are the most important factors of decision-making. Also, in the state organization of society, all grants from the public treasury are considered as an act of state. Very often, it's not clear how these resources are obtained, nor is it evident that they are actually contribution of the working people. In that way, the surplus value is alienated from the workers, and consequently, also the right to decide on its use. This issue is further clouded by the fact that in a centralized administrative budget system, associated labor is fragmented to such a degree that individual participants are unaware of their close interconnection. Self-managed communities as a model of these systems, are meant to become a place of agreement between the implementers of cultural needs and other parts of associated work, and thus kind of vital subjects of democratization of relations in culture and general socialization of cultural policy. Although the legislative framework provided the basis for this model, the initiative for establishing the self-managed cultural community could only be a grassroots initiative, motivated by the cultural needs of working people and citizens. The community is established by an agreement which regulates the rights, obligations, and responsibilities in mutual relations, which gives it a special self-managed character. Therefore, the responsibility in matters of general interest, such as planning, programming, and income distribution, is on all community members and authorized bodies. The communities are not a place for direct provision of cultural services to working people and citizens, but they are kind of platforms where common and individual needs and interests met. Delegates of working organizations in the economic and non-economic activities, such as social organizations, local communities, and art associations, are part of this self-managed cultural community. The main benefit of a conscious move towards the empowerment of self-managing communities is reflected in a far more transparent and democratic system of financing of the cultural activities. It enabled the construction of a heterogeneous cultural climate through a construction of new cultural projects and expansion of cultural production and consumption. Art projects were established within workers' settlements and factories in order to better involve the working people, but also to use resources to produce the artworks that artists would not otherwise be able to produce. Contrary to the ideology of autonomy of artists as kind of exceptional individuals, the understanding of artistic creation is thus closer to the notion of work. Within the free exchange of labor within this self-managed community, united working people in the field of art and culture for the first time ensured a socioeconomic position equal to the socioeconomic position of workers in other fields of social reproduction. And that could be the main benefit of this model. If you can say that the key positive effects of democratic governance practices are recognized in creating new values, more equal distribution of public resources, and sharing responsibility in decision-making processes, the Yugoslav self-management model has failed to achieve the latter. Although the main premise of self-management agreement was to enable working people to control the income they set aside for common needs, and in the field of culture decide on the distribution of funds in relation to their cultural needs, emancipation of the role of working people in cultural policy decision-making has never succeeded in practice. Factors that can be defected, which can be considered as a key, were at the first place increase of bureaucracy as a heterogeneous field of negative attitudes, from inefficiency and poor understanding of reality outside bureaucratic structures, to emergence of special caste as a pillar of power that usurpated this position of surplus value. Members of that kind of caste were accounting services of cultural institutions and factories. But also there was a automatization of working people's delegate structures. It was not clear that the funds were in associated labors and no longer on higher levels. So the organization of associated labor was the one taking responsibility. The working people did not show much interest in participating in decision-making on cultural funds. And this opened the possibility for the professional services of cultural institutions, accountants, and etc., to impose themselves as a form of quasi-statism. Accountant services rise above associated work and operate by the logic of the state. They used to distribute income themselves, which I think is a worse form of technocracy than was in a state-organized system. More perfidious factors are certainly psychological in nature. Numerous sociologists state that even the most egalitarian models tends to behave more or less according to the principles of hierarchy. The path to hierarchy leads to the loss of political autonomy of a collective or a community in this case, due to imbalance of power and responsibility. If there is no participation on equal basis of all members of the community, we are talking about the path to hierarchy and consequently a path to heteronomy, to a kind of alienated system that is being built more and more vertically. That is why it is important to preserve collective autonomy, by which I mean self-governing community and culture in which all members can operate under equal conditions and opportunities. Mm-hmm. And it could be considered as a task of a member of each member of this community. At the level of micro politics, attempts to build a model of governance in culture based on the idea of equality and just are common, but however, on larger political endeavors, which would include culture and other fields of social action, are rare in modern history. Hence, the experience of Yugoslav self-management is an extremely important historical moment for researching and discussing key issues and possibilities of building imaginary social flows. Mm. Thank you. I hope I was accurate with predicted timing.
The time was okay, the subject was okay, the presentation very clear. Thank you so much. We have a couple of minutes for questions, for remarks, and so on. May I could start with one question? You were talking a lot, Milan, okay. Yes. About your research, which goes to the question of management, the question of ownership, the question of the autonomy, and so on. But give me one example, because your title in the program is the democratization of visual arts.
Yes.
Do we have one example from the history about the artistic work?
Yes. Of course, there were a lot of examples in the whole Yugoslavia. Actually, in the visual arts, probably the best examples were art colonies established within the workers' settlements or factories, where artists could could earn honorarium and to spend time with workers from that factory, and together participate in building an art practice an art project that could be in close connection with the needs, which could be sensitive to the interests and needs of local community of workers, etc. On the other side, factory is usually it was in Bor, in Sisak, in Osijek that were steel factories. I don't know how to say it in English, but it's about metal sculptures, etc. Mm-hmm. So they could use the resources and help of the workers to build constructions of sculptures that they cannot otherwise be able to do.
Mm-hmm. Another question, a very brief one, and give me also a brief answer. Was it during the working time? Was it separated in the private space in the evening or the weekends?
Sorry, I didn't understand. What do you?
The question is when the workers are doing all this work. Was there a special time where they integrated in their daily life, or was it a weekend special for everyone?
I'm not sure about the answer to that question, because I need to do a lot of research on the field. So to speak with a lot of people who could give me some testimonials, etc. So I'm not sure about that, but I think that artists could spend a month working in the factory, and
okay, yeah.
So it's organized by their needs.
Yeah, thank you so much. Other questions, remarks? Sehan, you are managing this. If someone is...
I am. Yes, Özlem Can Yürek is here, plus Gökçe Dervişoğlu, and they both want to contribute with questions and remarks.
Özlem?
Yes, she's here.
Hello to everyone. Milan, thank you for this really interesting presentation. I am doing a very related PhD research in Germany. This is also related to the democratization of the performing arts practice in Germany. Mm-hmm. So I find it quite interesting that you talk about this diversification of the artistic creators, but is this demand, democratization of the visual art practice, also includes the diversification of artistic formats and expansion of the understanding of aesthetics, and also diversification of the audience structure?
Yes, of course. It has the impact on the all aspects of the artwork and its relation to close relation to public. So yes.
And also you talk about two publics. You talk about this dichotomy between elite and the working class. So when you were talking about the versions of culture, public culture, you are only referring to elites and this hegemony between, I mean, they have the power, and the power dynamics is between these two forces only.
Yes, because the legal basis was enabling the how to say it briefly, the legal basis was put in that way. So just on the local level, on the level of communities, the exchange of goods and services could be done, not between the higher levels like Republic or Federal, just the local communities between themselves.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Berlin.
And Professor Schneider Gökçe Dervişoğlu, she wants to contribute.
Okay. Other voices.
Hello everyone. Thank you, Professor Schneider, for the moderation, and I'm very happy to see friends and students among us. So, Milan, thank you for the very nice presentation. It reminded me of a paper of mine I have presented at a business history conference about Sümerbank, which is a textile factory, and the notion around which is called a social fabric. So how to establish that kind of relationship. So my question might be, in an era of, co-working spaces, collective hubs, as we also know from Serbia, Nova Iskra, so our common partners in Connect for Creativity. So what kind of, solutions or, footsteps would you deliver to a kind of pandemic era where we are facing digital problems? So are there some issues of community management, what we can learn from history and transfer to our daily challenges? Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm not sure I understood the question, but I will try to answer. The main benefit that could be found from this historic practice when it comes to social relations could be the close connection between local community and artists and other cultural professionals, and that could be used to as sorry.
Go on.
As a solution. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Maybe after Didem's presentation, we can combine some outcomes. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Then we have to thank Milan. One question: when could we read the whole dissertation?
Well, I'm at the very beginning of writing my PhD thesis, so I took a couple of years. Yeah.
Okay, and supervisor is Milena?
No, actually Nina Mihalinac, who is present.
Ah, okay, yeah. Great, yeah. So we will keep in touch. This is very interesting, and hopefully you find something at the end where you can make this dramaturgical link from the history to some examples of the daily work, which
of course,
very, very interesting to come up to this ideological, of course, ideas, but maybe it could be helpful for the development of the cultural landscape in contemporary years. Thank you so much, and a big success with the following researchers. After Milan, we could come back to Ignor.
Yes, Professor Schneider, she's here.
She is here? Okay. Second chance. It's up to you.
Evet, şimdi açıkçası sizlerin daha kolay takip edebilmesi adına sunumu İngilizce hazırlamayı tercih ettik. Ama ben sunumumu Türkçe yapacağım. Bu sizin için kolaylık olacaktır diye düşünüyoruz. Şöyle, bu devam eden bir doktora tezi araştırması. Bizler tez olarak dijital diplomasi bağlamında yaratıcı kültür endüstrisinin ülkelerin imaj inşasındaki rolü Türkiye örneği olarak bir konu belirledik. Dolayısıyla şöyle bir saniye. Sesim geliyor mu?
Sesiniz geliyor. Seste bir problem yok İlknur Hanım.
Tamam.
Devam edebilirsiniz.
Ediyorum. Teşekkürler. Şimdi literatür taramasında öncelikle dijital diplomasiyi iyi bir şekilde kurumsal anlamda da tanımlamak gerekiyor diye düşünüyoruz. Dolayısıyla dijital dönüşümden sonrasında dijital dünya ile beraber diplomaside paradigma kayması meydana geldiği için bunu daha çok diplomasi 1.0 sert güç olarak, diplomasi 2.0 yumuşak güç olarak ve diplomasi 3.0 dijital güç olarak şu anda literatür araştırması yapıyoruz. Daha tezin çok başındayız ama birkaç araştırma sonucunda bulmuş olduğumuz bulguları sizinle paylaşacağız. Tarihte ilk defa internet, hükümet ve yazılımın diplomaside kullanıldığını görüyoruz. Dolayısıyla bu köklü değişim sonrasında baktığımızda çoğu zaman klasik diplomasinin yönteminin, kurallarının, süreçlerinin, hatta aktör ve araçlarının da tamamen tersine döndüğüne şahit oluyoruz. Arkadaşlar slaytı geçebiliriz. Dijital diplomasiye baktığımız zaman bir ülkenin imajı, itibarı proaktif olarak yönetmek ve dış politika hedeflerine de ulaşmak için sosyal medya platformları kullanması anlamına geldiğini görüyoruz. Aslında özet olarak da toparlarsak dijital diplomasiye bir ülkenin dış politika hedeflerine ulaşmak ve kamu diplomasisini uygulamak için bilişim ve iletişim teknolojileri ve sosyal medya platformlarının yoğun bir şekilde kullanılmasıdır diye tanımlayarak şu anda literatür kısmına gelmiş oluyoruz. Bununla beraber dijital kültür diplomasisi tanımına da baktığımızda aslında ülkelerin kültürel diplomasi bağlamında sanat, bilim, eğitim, teknik gibi kültürel öğelerin ülkelerin itibarını arttırmak ve ortaklıklar kurmak amacıyla sunumu olarak da tanımlanabiliyor. Aynı şekilde dijital kültür faaliyetlerinin ve kültür diplomasisinin de internet ve sosyal medya platformlarının kullanılması doğrultusunda ortaya çıktığını görüyoruz. Literatür yazımı da devam ediyor ama bu şekilde bir kuramsal temel oturtmaya çalışıyoruz. Dediğim gibi dijitali de 1.0, 2.0 ve 3.0 olarak tanımlayarak. Yaratıcı kültür endüstrilerine baktığımız zaman aslında tezin örneklem kısmını oluşturacak olan kısım burası. Bizler dijital dramalara bakmak istiyoruz. Dijital dramalar içerisinden Netflix'ten örnekler alınacak. Bununla beraber Türkiye'de orijinal yapımların yürürlüğe girdiği Puhu TV, Blue TV'den örnekler alınacak. Bu bağlamda yaratıcı endüstriye de baktığımız zaman aslında literatürde tarihçesine 18. yüzyılın yaratıcı sanatlar, kültürel endüstriler, fikirlerinin birbirine dönüştürülmesi ve tüketici vatandaş terimlerinde eklenmesiyle ortaya çıkmıştır diyoruz. Arkadaşlar zannediyorum 7. slide. Ben tabii söylemeyi unuttum, kusura bakmayın. İlerleyelim. Bir daha ilerleyelim. İlerleyelim. Burada kalabilirsiniz. Hatta bir daha geçin. Tamam, süper. Bu fikrin temelinde kültürel endüstriler terimine bakacak olursak aslında hepimizin bildiği gibi Frankfurt Okulu'nda kültür endüstrisi kavramını burada tartışmaya başlıyoruz. Adorno ve Horkheimer ile beraber. Burada da zaten aydınlanmanın diyalektiğinde ele almaya başlıyorlar. Aslında yaratıcı kültür endüstrisine gelirken kültür endüstrisinin eski ile yeni olanı birleştirerek farklı bir nitelik ortaya koyduğunu söyleyen Adorno, endüstri kelimesinin ise doğrudan üretim sürecine değil, kültürel malın standartizasyonuna ve dağıtım tekniklerinin de rasyonelleşmesine atıfta bulunduğunu belirtiyor. Sonrasında kültürel mal yaratıcısına gelir sağladığı için artık ürün olarak görünmekte ve bu yüzden de sanatsal değerinden çok piyasa değeri ön plana çıkmaktadır diyor. Yaratıcı endüstri fikri 1990'ların başlarında Avustralya'da ortaya çıkmış olsa da sonlarına doğru İngiltere'deki politikacılar tarafından fark ediliyor ve yeni iş alanları yaratmak ve ekonomik büyümeyi sağlamak için kullanılmaya başlamıştır. Bunu zaten Netflix platformunda da oldukça görüyoruz. 97'de İngiltere'de Kültür, Medya ve Spor Dairesi tarafından Yaratıcı Endüstriler Görev Bilimi Kurumu oluşturuluyor ve ilk kez yaratıcı endüstrileri eşleştirme dokümanı yayınlanıyor ve o zamandan beri de birçok ülke yaratıcı endüstrilerin ekonomileri üzerindeki etkisi ve bu endüstrilerin de nerelerde, hangi şartlarda oluşabileceği ile ilgili çalışmalar yürütüyorlar. Bir slide daha atlayalım arkadaşlar. Tamam. Bu slaytta yaratıcı endüstrisinden, yaratıcı kültür endüstrisinden nasıl endüstri haline geldiğine dair bilgi paylaşımları var. Arzu ederlerse biraz hızlı geçmeye çalışıyorum arkadaşların vakitlerinden kaybetmemeleri için slaytları paylaşırız. Bir diğer slayta gelebilirsek araştırma bulgularından bahsetmek istiyorum. Onu da geçelim. Tamam. Şimdi burada tezimiz için bizim daha önceden de söylemiş olduğum üzere yaratıcı kültür endüstrilerindeki örneklem içerisinden bizler Netflix'te şu anda 2 tane orijinal Türk yapımı içerisinden Hakan Muhafız yapımı ile beraber başladık. Tezde içerik analizini kullanmaya çalışıyoruz ve bununla beraber destekleyici söylem analizinden ve gerektiği yerlerde de mülakatlardan, derinlemesine mülakatlardan faydalanacağız. Şu ana kadar baktığımız kadarıyla Türkiye örneği üzerinden gittiğimiz için dijital dramalarda kültürel diplomasisini aracı olarak kullandığı yapımlardan bir tanesi olarak geliyor. Hakan Muhafız'ın şu anda 4. sezonu çekiliyor. 4 sezondur yayında. Şu ana kadar gelmiş olduğumuz bulgulardan bahsedebiliriz. Şöyle genel bir bilgi vermek istiyorum. Tez içerisinde araştırılacak olan bütün diziler için aslında içerik analizine tabi tutulduğunda kültürel öğeleri nasıl tespit edeceğiz sorusunda tarih argümanlarına bakacağız, şehirleri inceleyeceğiz, dil unsurunu inceleyeceğiz, kahraman mitlerine bakacağız, kişiler arası hiyerarşiden bahsedeceğiz, yine inanç ve dinler eğer konu oluyorsa bunları bahsedeceğiz. Beslenme alışkanlıkları, çünkü gastro diplomasi de bildiğiniz gibi kültürel diplomasi anlamında hizmet veriyor. Gastro diplomasi açısından beslenme alışkanlıkları varsa bunları tespit edeceğiz içerik analizinde ve yer yer geldiği insan ilişkilerine değineceğiz. Hakan Muhafız dizisinde şu anda sadece kahraman miti üzerinden tespit ettiğimiz birkaç tane analizden bahsedeceğim size. Arkadaşlar ilerleyebilir miyiz slide? Burada sizin şu anda görmüş olduğunuz slaytta ileriki aşamalarda dijital dramaların hangi başlıklarda içerik analizine tabi tutulacağının anekdotları var diyelim. Bunu da geçebiliriz arkadaşlar. Tamam, bu kalsın. Netflix'te şu anda global ve aynı zamanda glokal bir yapısı söz konusu. İlk Türk dizisi aslında Atiye'den önce çekilmeye başlandı. Hakan Muhafız kahraman mitine göndermeler yaparak aslında buradaki İstanbul'u kurtarmakla görevlendirilmiş ve seçilmiş olan bir kahramanın yolculuğunu anlatıyor. Ve bu yolculuk içerisinde aslında kültürel öğelere ne kadar değiniliyor, diplomatik olarak öğeler taşıyan kareler var mı, sahneler var mı, bunları tespit ediyoruz dediğim gibi. Bu slaytı da atlayalım arkadaşlar. Geçelim. Tamam. Oraya gelelim. Hakan Muhafız dizisindeki kahramanlık miti çözümlemesine geldiğimizde bu slaytı da geçebiliriz. Teşekkür ediyorum. Yüzyıllar boyunca aslında baktığımız zaman dizinin isminden de anlatılacağı üzere Hakan kelimesi yer alıyor buradaki önemli bir dil unsurlarından bir tanesi. Kültürlerin devamlılığını getiren destanlar var, masallar var ve halk hikayeleri var. Bunlar Türklerin tarihinde olduğu kadar bütün dünya tarihinde de aslında oldukça önemli. Homeros'un İlyadası var, Oğuz Kağan var, Finillerin Karevası, İşte Beowulf var İngilizlerin. Bunlar hani sadece şu anda bahsedebileceğim şeyler. Bu bağlamda incelediğimizde çok fazla öğe çıktığını görüyoruz ve çeşitli sembollerin de mesela kılıçlar olsun, tılsımlı gömlekler olsun, sihirli yüzükler olsun bunların da kullanıldıklarını görüyoruz. Arkadaşlar bir slide daha atlayalım. Tamam. Şimdi Hakan Muhafız karakterinin aslında burada örtüştüğü 4 tane Türk mitolojisinden yer aldığı kahramandan söz edebiliyoruz. Bu kahramanlarla özellikle örtüşüp örtüşülmediğine de bakılacak ileriki aşamalarda. Bir slide daha atlayalım arkadaşlar. Tamam. Bunlar yine kahraman temsili biçimleri ki bunlar Hakan Muhafız'ın aslında dizide giymiş olduğu kıyafetler ve özellikle ölümsüzlerin yani sadıkların kısmına geçtiği zaman gördüğünüz kıyafetlerle bazı örtüşen noktalar var. Bunu da atlayalım. Bu slaytı da atlayalım. Dizinin isminde geçen Hakan kelimesi Türk Dil Kurumu'na göre Türk, Moğol ve Tatar hanları için aslında hükümdarların hükümdarı anlamında kullanılmakta. Türk hükümdarlarına, Türk imparatorlarına verilen ünvandır olarak geçiyor. Yine aynı sözlükte muhafız ise muhafaza eden, saklayan, koruyan ve bekçi anlamında. Dolayısıyla aslında Hakan Muhafız'ın burada İstanbul'u koruyan ilk muhafız yani Akıncı Harun Bey ile örtüştüğünü söylemekte ileriki aşamalarda belki araştırmalarda mümkün olacak. Burayı da geçelim arkadaşlar. Yine de dizide gördüğümüz İstanbul'u korumakla görevli muhafızların aslında Türk akıncılardan seçildiğini görüyoruz. Yine dizide Hakan karakterinin bulmaya çalıştığı objelerden bir tanesi olan anahtarın bir parçası kartal başlı. Bu da eskilerde yine akıncıların kılıcının kabzasında bulunan motiflerden bir tanesi. Yine kartal sembolü Türklerde kahramanlık, yiğitlik, güç ve hakimiyet belirtiyor. Özellikle erkek çocuklarına 13. yüzyıldan itibaren verilmeye başlanıyor bu isim. Anadolu Selçuklu Devleti'nin tarafından da devlet arması olarak kullanılmıştır. Bunları tespit ediyoruz. Bir slide daha atlayalım arkadaşlar. Yine Hakan Muhafız'ın aslında Muhafız Hakan'ın dizide giymiş olduğu tılsımlı gömlek var. Kullanmış olduğu bir tane hançer ve erdem yüzüğü var. Bunları yine tarihe baktığımız zaman özellikle Fatih Sultan Mehmet'in İstanbul'u fetih zamanında da giydiği yine kötülüklere karşı korunması amacıyla ilk muhafaza adını verdiği tılsımlı gömlek kötülüklerden korunmak için. Hançer, kullandığı hançer dizideki karakterlerde ölümsüz ve sadıklar olarak ayrılıyorlar. Ölümsüzleri öldürmek için ve erdem yüzünde düşmanları ayırt etmek için kullandığını görüyoruz. Yine dizideki bu karakter, Hakan isimli karakter, Fatih Sultan Mehmet tarafından diktirilen gömleği giyerek aslında sıradan bir insandan kahramana dönüşüyor. Dolayısıyla yine kültürel diplomasi bağlamında Türk tarihine dair önemli alıntılar yaparak işlemeye devam ediyor dizi. Bir slide daha atlayalım arkadaşlar. Harika. Burada tılsımlı gömleği görebiliyorsunuz. Topkapı'da bulunan gömleklerden bir tanesinin fotoğrafı. Bu Şamanlardan Osmanlı'ya kadar uzanan tarih boyunca aslında giyen her kişiyi her türlü kötülükten koruduğuna inanılan, özellikle de savaşta düşmana karşı galip gelmek için birçok hükümdarın giydiği özel bir giysi. Yine dizide bu karakterin özellikle bu gömleği giydikten sonrasında kahramanlığına dönüş yaptığını, aslında o karaktere büründüğünü görüyoruz. Yine tarihimizde ve bizim mitolojimizde Dede Korkut hikayelerinde giyince görünmezlik sağlayan, kurşun geçirmez gömlekler, kılıç kesmeyen, hatta mutluluk getiren birçok giysiden de bahsedildiği görülüyor. Bir slide daha atlayalım. Yüzüğü de kullandığını görüyoruz. Aslında yüzük bütün dünya tarihinde çok önemli sembollerden bir tanesi. Özellikle zaten Lord of the Rings'i bilirsiniz. Yine tarihten Lide Kralı da bir kişiyi görünmez hale getiren Tepegöz'ün sihirli yüzüğü vardır. Bunlardan da bahsetmek mümkün. Yine Türk tarihinden de yüzükle alakalı literatür taraması devam etmekte. Bir slide daha atlayalım arkadaşlar. Yine kılıçlar var Hakan'ın kullanmış olduğu, her efsanede olduğu gibi yine kültürel öğelerde kullanılmış olan halk hikayesinde ya da masallarda kahramanın bir silahı var, bir kılıcı var. İşte Arthur, Kral Arthur'da da Excalibur vardı. Büyük Britanya'nın egemenliğini sembolize eden kılıçlardan bir tanesiydi. Yine bu tarz araştırmalar yapıyoruz ki Türk mitolojisinde de özellikle diplomatik anlamda bağlantı kurulabilecek bir arşiv sağlayabilmek için. Bir slide daha atlayalım. Genel olarak baktığımızda toparlıyorum 2-3 dakika içerisinde. Hakan Muhafız dizisinde Netflix'te ilk Türk orijinal yapımı olarak bahsettiğimiz bu dizide kahraman miti, yani diplomatik anlamda kahraman mitinin özelliklerinin Türk kültürel öğeleri ve sembolik üretimlerini yansıttığı şimdiye kadarki araştırmalarda gözlemleniyor. Yani bu amaçla üretilmiştir diyebiliyoruz. Özellikle Hakan adının İslamiyet öncesi dönemlerden Osmanlı'ya kadar Türk hükümdar ve padişahlarını da nitelemekte olduğunu görüyoruz. Yine İstanbul'u korumakla yükümlü olan bu grup, Hakan ve arkadaşlarından oluşan bu grup aslında bir nevi İstanbul'un fetihine de atıfta bulunduğunu görmekteyiz. Devam edelim arkadaşlar. Yine burada şöyle diyeyim, Hakan'ın aslında bazı dönemlerde rüya gördüğünü görüyoruz dizinin ilerleyen bölümlerinde. Aslında rüya da yine tüm toplumsal tarihlere baktığımız zaman Türk destanları da dahil olmak üzere çok önemli bir yeri var. Çünkü kahramanlık hikayelerin ortaya çıkışında ve tanımlanmasında da rol aldığını görüyoruz. Devam edelim. Dediğim gibi Osmanlı padişahlarında da tılsımlı gömlekler kullanıldığını görüyoruz. Yine 7 tanesi bugün Topkapı Sarayı'nda sergilenmekte. Şimdiye kadar yapılan araştırma sonucunda aslında tezimizin ve hipotezlerimiz doğrultusunda Türk diplomasisinde, Türk dijital diplomasisinde dijital platformların ve dijital dramaların aslında katkısı olduğunu ve olabileceğini söylemek mümkün. Bu noktada bu bulgular ışığında yaratıcı kültür endüstrisi ürünlerinden olan yaratıcı dramaların dijital kültür diplomasisine aracı olduğunu söylemek şu ana kadar mümkün. Dediğim gibi tez devam ediyor, araştırma da devam ediyor. Günümüzde bu platformların aslında daha iyi değerlendirilerek farklı dijital yapımlar ile kültür diplomasisine hizmet etmesi, Türkiye'nin de ülke imajını ve itibarını arttıracak yapımların desteklenmesi gerekmektedir. Teşekkür ediyorum. Teşekkürler arkadaşlar. Sağ olun.
Thank you so much for the presentation and for a really a special view to this term cultural diplomacy when you talk about digital cultural diplomacy in a way with movies with these findings where the myth of heroes were at the moment on stage and the question for me, Ignor, is there any kind of link between the idea that such creative digital arts are linked to the community, to the Turkish community, or is it really that it influences the perspective of people abroad, of communities abroad, about their Turkish idea of history and identification? And so for me, it's when I'm not really experienced in these movies and in this world, special world, but I think it's much more internal phenomenon, isn't it?
Evet, aslında şöyle diyebiliriz. Bizim gayemiz, halkla ilişkiler, özellikle stratejik iletişim ve ülke markası açısından baktığımızda aslında bizim gayemiz biraz daha bu yapımların kültürel diplomasiye ve dijital diplomasiye hizmet eder şekilde üretilmesi amacında bir farkındalık. Ama bunu tabii ilk yapım olduğu için Netflix için üreten arkadaşlarla da bir derinlemesine mülakat söz konusu. Hangi anlamda ürettiklerini tabii ki görüşeceğiz. Yani topluma etkileyebilmek için mi yoksa daha çok diplomatik amaçlarla mı? Ama baktığınız zaman tabii ki seyirci olan kimseleri etkileyen ve neticede burası hem bir global hem de bir lokal bir ortam, dijital platformlar. Dolayısıyla etkilememesi mümkün değil. Yani hepimiz bu kültürel değerleri özellikle bu küresel platformlarda hem yapıyoruz hem de özümsüyoruz. Ama bunu stratejik anlamda mı üretiyorlar yoksa üretmiyorlar mı? Bunun araştırması da söz konusu. Ben notlarım içerisinde yer alıyorum. Teşekkür ederim eleştiriniz için. Bunun için de ayrı bir soru ileteceğim kendilerine. Sağ olun.
Thank you. Other questions or remarks?
Professor Schneider, Asu Aksoy and Saranada, they want to contribute.
Okay.
Hello to everybody. Thank you for this presentation, İlknur. Don't you think that you are rather kind of reducing that, you know, there's this TV soap originating from Turkey, and then you then jump to a conclusion that this is about cultural diplomacy? That isn't this a kind of a reductionist approach? That, you know, you didn't choose another production from Turkey on Netflix. I believe that there are other productions. So just because this one is talking about these themes of what seems to be kind of, I don't know, mythical characters and so forth, that you read this as a cultural diplomacy. That I may interpret this as actually rather a commercial kind of venture, which is on the line of Tolkien and all that kind of, you know, Potters, and you know, there is this kind of global audience, and you may interpret it in this manner. So I'm not clear about your definition of cultural diplomacy, because you haven't told us who is behind this TV soap production, who is the company, what is their link with Ministry of Culture and Tourism. Have they received funding from them? Are there kind of other links that informs us that there is, because cultural diplomacy surely is something to do with state policy? Or...
Okay, thank you.
Şöyle teşekkür ediyorum hem eleştiriniz için hem de yönlendirmeniz için ayrıca. Şimdi en başta söylediğim gibi bu doktora tezi daha araştırma aşamasında ve sizin söylediğiniz bulgulara henüz erişmedim. Birinci bunu söyleyebilirim. İkincisi, Hakan Muhafız tek yapım olmayacak. Yani biz Netflix, Puhu TV, Blue TV buradaki Türkiye'de, evet dediğiniz gibi diplomasi anlamında, ama Türkiye'de yayında olan dijital platformlar içerisinden orijinal yapımları belirli bir örneklem doğrultusunda almaya çalışıyoruz. Ve daha şu anda araştırma çok başında. Sonucu inanın ben de şu anda emin değilim ve bilmiyorum neyle karşılaşacağımı. Bu yüzden araştırmayı zaten yapıyoruz. Ama tabii ki Netflix gibi global ve lokal pazarların mutlaka bir pazar kaygısı oluyor. Yani orada bir marketing söz konusu olmak zorunda. Dolayısıyla mitolojik karakterlerin de bu bağlamda aslında hedef kitleyi düşündüğünüz zaman çok fazla seyredilen, yani seyredilen tarafları da var. Hani o daha doğrusu hedef kitlesiyle de bağlantılı diye düşünüyorum. Bu bağlamda bir araştırma yapıyoruz. Bulgular ortaya çıktıktan sonra konuşmam daha net olacak diye düşünüyorum. Teşekkür ederim. Sağ olun. Buyurun.
Professor Schneider, now in turn, Saranada, Nina Miyaljinak and Gökçe Okan'dan. Gökçe Dervişoğlu Okan'dan.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, hello everyone. Can you hear me? Hi.
Yeah.
Hello from Belgrade. So I've shared a book in the chat which could be useful for the presenter. I would kindly ask her to reply in English if it's possible for her, because it would be easier to follow her answer. So the book I proposed says that narratives are building national identities, and through cultural content, nations, states, or private sector in culture and so on can form certain identities. So my question would be, what do you think, what national narrative is built through this series and through this digital content? And if you were in a position of a decision maker at the Ministry of Culture of Turkey, would you support this content, this direction of cultural diplomacy for Turkey?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Teşekkür ediyorum. Öncelikle şimdi hangi ulusal anlatı inşa ediliyor kısmı eminim bulguların hepsi tamamlandıktan sonra benim size sunabileceğim bir şey. Ama bu kültürel diplomasi bağlamında bu anlatıyı, yani şu anda görünen anlatıyı destekliyor musunuz diye sorarsanız, dijital diplomasi ve kültürel diplomasi biliyorsunuz ülkelerin lehine olmak durumundadır. Yani burada kültürel diplomasiye yumuşak güç ya da sert güç ya da güç anlamında yaklaşmamayı tercih ediyoruz. İlk açılış konuşmasında da bahsedildiği gibi aslında rakip değil, refik bir şekilde kültürlerin yol alması için bizler de araştırmalar yapıyoruz. Ama bu söylediklerinizi, özellikle ulusal anlatı inşa edilmesi ve hangi tarzda bir anlatı çıkıyor, tamamıyla resmin tamamını görmem gerekiyor buna bir cevap verebilmem için. Öncelikle bunu söyleyeyim. İkincisi, anlatıyı destekliyor muyum, desteklemiyor muyum sorusuna gelince Türkiye'nin yararına olacak, imajını olumlu bir şekilde etkileyecek, kültürler arasında refik bir söylemi destekleyecek, birbirlerini gözetecek bir şekilde söylemleri evet destekliyorum. Teşekkür ederim sorunuz için. Buyurun. Buyurun hocam.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or remarks?
Serhan Ada and Gökçe Dervişoğlu Okan'dan are next, and I have a general announcement. You can change the translation channel at the bottom of your screen. There's a world icon. Once you click on it, you will see American and Japanese flag. For English translation, pick the American flag. For Turkish version, please choose the Japanese flag. Zoom cannot support Turkish language, so there's the Japanese version, Japanese flag you see.
Okay.
And the German translation, it was a result of my own computer. Suddenly it decided to add the German subtitles, whatever it hears, and I cannot stop the presentation in between. That's the reason why you saw it. And we can continue with Serhan Ada.
Thank you very much. I will try to ask two questions. One is very technical to the presenter. Thank you for your analysis on cultural diplomacy and the Turkish Hakan Muhafez. You used the us language, the we language during your presentation. So I wonder if it is a research towards your own dissertation or a collective research. This is my question number one. My question number one is to you, but also to the all audience regarding creative cultural industries, because I have doubts that there are uncreative, non-creative cultural industries. I don't want to get into the detail of concepts, but concepts are our tools, and we have to use clear-cut concepts to make our ideas and thoughts clear. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Serhan Hocam, çok teşekkür ediyorum. Sorularınıza hem not aldım öncelikle. Birincisi biz kelimesini kullandım. Hayır, kolektif bir çalışma değil bu. Ben demek yerine biz demeyi tercih ettim. Öncelikle onu söyleyeyim. Danışmanımla beraber, tabii ki danışmanın izniyle yürütüyorum bu çalışmamı. Kendim yürütüyorum. Sonucunu merak ediyorum hepimiz gibi. İkincisi yaratıcı kültür endüstriler, yaratıcı olmayanlar deriz ve net konseptler kullanmayı tercih etmeliyiz. Bunu da eleştirilerin içerisinde yer alıyorum. Daha dikkatli olacağım. Teşekkür ediyorum.
And Professor Schneider with Gökçe Dervişoğlu.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Yeah,
just actually following comment on Professor Ada's warning. Please excuse me that I'm right now turning to Turkish, our international audience, because we are working for a long period of time for clearing the terminology in our mother tongue, so about culture and creative industries. So, sevgili İlknur, yaratıcı kültür endüstrisi kavramı bizim Asu hocaların da başlattığı akımla birlikte İstanbul Kültür Envanteri'nin hazırlık çalışmasından beri üzerinde durduğumuz bir kavram. Bu aradaki İngilizce aradaki kültür ve yaratıcı endüstriler culture-creative industries açılımını Türkçe'de kültür ve yaratıcı endüstriler diye kullanmayı tercih ettik. Çünkü ikisi birbirinden farklı şeyler. Yani UNESCO terminolojisini incelediğiniz zaman nüvede kültür, ondan sonra sizin de çalıştığınız daha dijital üretimde yaratıcı endüstri unsurlarını göreceksiniz. Ama ve lakin farklı kültür endüstrileri de Nina'nın verdiği örnek gibi narrative literature gibi örneklerde bu şeyi yaratıcı endüstri platformunu destekleyen unsurlar. Ben bu noktada akademik bir çalışma yaptığınız için doktora seviyesinde bu terminoloji konusundaki hassasiyetimi arz etmek istedim. Birinci nokta bu. İkincisi de siz özel olaraktan sunumun başında farklı kültür diplomasi seviyeleriyle ilgili bir tercihte bulunmadığınızı söylediniz. İşte soft power, hard power filan gibi. Ama bütün bunların teorik bir analizi yapmadan bu vaka çalışmasını yapmanın da belki çok sağlıklı olmayacağını, yani bir soft power ile ilgili tartışmada bir Joseph Nye duymadık. Yani bu hangi kategorizasyona göre, hangi yorumlamaya göre biz bu noktaya geliyoruz? Belki yaptığınız 1, 2 ve 3 seviyeli diplomasi, kültür diplomasi analizinin küçük bir teorik literature review'sunu önceden verip daha sonra bu vakayı analiz etmek, ondan sonra da empirical analysis'de Asu Hoca'nın önerdiği gibi sayıları arttırmak sizi çok daha sağlıklı bir sonuca doğru götürür diye düşündüm. Bunu paylaşmak istedim. Başarılar dilerim çalışmalarınız.
Gökçe Hocam, yapıcı eleştirileriniz için çok teşekkür ediyorum. Notlarımı aldım. Çok çok teşekkürler.
Kolay gelsin.
Sağ olun.
Ignore last words by you.
Yapıcı eleştirileri not aldım. Yani sizlerin desteği ve şöyle söyleyeyim, destek ve eleştirileriniz doğrultusunda tekrar gözden geçireceğim. Şimdiye kadar gelmiş olduğum hem literatür kısmını hem de araştırma kısmını. Çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Okay, thank you so much. We have to go on. Sorry, but this is my job as moderator. If you have more questions or remarks, wait for the final discussion. I have to ask Zeynep, is everything fine for your presentation?
Yes, I think this time we're okay.
Okay, then up to you.
Okay, thank you. I will just share my screen. Okay, so hello everybody. I'm Zeynepur. I'm a PhD candidate in political science in Paris, EHESS. And before starting, I would like to thank the organization team of this great conference. I learned and discovered a lot. And special thanks to Professor Sarhanada for including me to this great program. Today, my presentation is entitled Towards a New Cosmopolitanism, the Case of Istanbul Fringe Festival. Istanbul Fringe is an international performing arts festival reuniting theater, dance, and performance. The first edition of the festival took place in Istanbul between 17 and 22nd September 2019, and the second edition in 2020 will be online and will take place between 21st and 27th of September.
Yes, now it is.
Okay, great. So for starting, I would like to come back on the concept of fringe. As you all know, I imagine, the concept of fringe stands for margin, outskirts, periphery, alternative, and undiscovered. And the journey of international fringe festivals started with Edinburgh Fringe Festival in 1947, when 8 theater groups showed up uninvited to International Edinburgh Festival and performed their plays in the fringes of the festival. Now, Edinburgh Fringe Festival is one of the most important and biggest performing arts festival of the world. And taking their cue from Edinburgh Fringe Festival, Fringe festivals now constitute a global network where each city has its own scale and form. Precisely in 2,050 cities, bringing together 19 million people. Despite their differences, they share the common trait of offering an international platform for the alternative and experimental works of emerging artists. Istanbul Fringe had its first edition in 2019 in various venues around the city, bringing together the concept of fringe and the singularity of Istanbul's alternative performing arts scene. The festival aims at opening Istanbul's performing arts scene to international emerging artists from around the world. The core idea is not to import the idea of fringe to Istanbul, but to reunite the concept of fringe with Istanbul's own singular dynamics. This core idea points out some research questions. So how can a festival be global while being rooted in the local scene? Secondly, how can a festival generate a time out of time experience and a transforming experience? And thirdly, how can festivals enable meaningful intercultural interaction between international and local artists and audiences? In order to address these questions, multiple methodological tools are combined to develop an experimental approach. I conduct an empirical and qualitative research, and I shall clarify my dual position regarding the field. I am one of the co-founders and the cultural policy director of Istanbul Fringe Festival, as well as a political science researcher who is working on this festival as a case study as part of my own PhD research. And this dual position of methodology allows access to backstages of implementing, imagining, negotiating a festival which will otherwise remain hidden. In the first edition of the festival in September 2019, I conducted a fieldwork of observant participation with 3 students of Galatasaray University in social sciences. Concentrating in the empirical research is an attempt to bypass 2 methodological pitfalls. The first pitfall is methodological nationalism. When studying cultural scene in Turkey, often British and French cases are considered as ideal types, which cause to define non-European cultural context from a point of deficiency. Another result is to directly apply the theories and concepts developed in the Western context to non-Western context, which risks reducing or distorting the lived experience in the field. The second pitfall is Turkish exceptionalism, considering Turkey as a unique, disconnected, uncomparable context. Focusing on the macro-political scene suffocated by the authoritarianism may risk to overshadow what happens in the micro level. First of all, I would like to start by situating Istanbul Fringe Festival in Istanbul's performing arts scene. So to understand the context in which Istanbul Fringe Festival emerged, it's important to understand the dynamics of this particular scene. As Ismail Tiryaki explained yesterday, the public institutions of performing arts in Turkey suffer under the political pressure. However, it's in 2010s that theater gained a new momentum with independent theaters spreading around Istanbul, which are commonly referred as alternative theaters. Converting unexpected places like workshops, garages, to black box scenes, they spread around Istanbul and created new localities. The transformation of the architectural form enabled a renewal in topics, styles, artistic languages, and dramaturgies in favor of a theater rooted in the local and in the public life. Staging narratives of ethnical, religious, and sexual minorities make visible marginalized narratives that are invisibilized in public space by political discourse. In my PhD research, I analyze these places as hubs that enable alternative artistic creations, encounters, and thus new ways of sociability. The condition of creation of these theaters are determined by precarity, instability, and fragility. On one hand, these impose constraint on cultural production, but on the other hand, absence of state surveillance allow an autonomy and also a capacity of adaptation. Following Pascal Guillen's approach of art in the common city, this capacity becomes a strength as they develop agility, and resilience, which allows them to continue their activity in different forms and places. They together form a scene characterized by resilience, interdependency, and solidarity. In a bigger scale, Sarhanada calls this cluster of small-scale, local independent artistic initiatives as Independent Republic of Culture. Regarding performing arts scene's relationship to the global scene, I would like to emphasize that the particular relationship between the global scene and the scene of Istanbul. Although theater companies have individual links with the global scene, the circulation functions mostly one way. It's the Turkish companies who travel abroad to perform. There is International Theater Festival of Istanbul Foundation for Culture and Arts, showcasing renowned productions from around the world and from Turkey. As the only festival of Istanbul now, allowing to see international works in performing arts. Thus, in Istanbul, there was no possibility to see the new works of emerging artists around the world. It's in this vibrant, continuously changing and dynamic context that Istanbul Fringe Festival is implemented. To go into a little bit of details of how this festival was implemented, I would like to specify certain points. The festival is founded by a group of 8 people from Turkey, met in Galatasaray University's theater club. Team members pursued their studies and careers abroad, namely in Belgium, Denmark, Czech Republic, and France myself. And the artistic directors of the festivals, as performers, they had this experience of other fringe festivals around the world, such as Buffer Fringe in Cyprus, Athens Fringe, and Stockholm Fringe. And they decided to bring this idea of fringe to Istanbul. But how to build a festival from scratch, and from scratch meaning literally zero economical capital. The festival is realized thanks to venue sponsors. All of the contacted venues received the idea of a fringe in Istanbul with great enthusiasm and supported the project by opening their spaces for free. It's the openness and solidarity of Istanbul's performing arts scene which made this festival possible. Istanbul Fringe didn't position itself as a rebellious actor defying the existing scene. Recognizing the continuity with this scene, the aim was to create a dialogue with the existing actors. As performing arts scene is considered already as off in the fringe itself regarding the political context, the idea was not to make a festival as an alternative to International Theater Festival. So precisely on purpose, its dates are chosen as not to overlap with Istanbul Theater Festival. How we finance the festival? The festival is realized with the support of product, hosting, and ticketing sponsors with still zero amount of money in the 2019 edition. One of the key components of the festival was volunteers who worked in the operation in the festival, the 5 days of the festival, and also the hosting volunteers who hosted international artists in their houses. This was a deliberate choice to create encounter and exchange between local and global audiences and artists. And volunteers are chosen meticulously because they are considered as future artists of Turkey, and they are engaged as art students to the festival. The goals were, first of all, going beyond the idea of the bridge, meaning Istanbul, the bridge between the East and the West, and opening Istanbul's multi-layered urban dynamics to the global art scene. Secondly, enabling peer-to-peer interaction between emerging artists. Thirdly, showcasing experimental and alternative works of young artists. Fourth, offering support and international visibility to local emerging artists. And lastly, creating a multicultural and temporal community and an experience. The core values defined are pluralism, multiculturalism, meaning having a program with emerging artists from around the world, not only artists from Europe. Accessibility in the sense of, in the geographical sense, spreading around the city, but also adopting a easily affordable ticket price policy. Participativeness, considering audiences as not the passive receivers of the festival, but the active actors shaping the festival. And sustainability, imagining a long-term festival that will continue during long years. So I would like to continue with the case study of the first edition in September 2019. Fringe hosted 20 shows, 4 from Turkey and 16 from abroad, 6 workshops enabling peer-to-peer learning and contact, 2 panels, 1 independent art in Turkey, venues, productions and experiences. This panel gathered the independent art initiatives from different disciplines, and it's aiming to become a platform of independent art in Turkey, thanks to the great support of Professor Sarhan Adam. And the second panel, experiencing public space through performing arts, aimed at having a reflexive encounter with the artists, discussing and putting together how independent artists work in different cultural contexts and against political pressures. There were 3 parties and an opening ceremony at Sabancı Museum. Now I would like to show the video of the first edition. So in its first edition, the festival took place in 18 different venues and reached out to 3,600 audiences. This is the map of the venues showing the diversity in geographical sense. And I also would like to emphasize the diversity in the sense of scales and institutions, because the private museum, Sabancı Museum, was one of the venues of the festival, but also alternative theaters, cultural centers allocated by the municipality of Kadıköy were also festival venues. So key findings of the fieldwork is that Istanbul Fringe Festival shows the Istanbul case goes beyond the dichotomy between mainstream and alternative. For the first time, the most established private museum of Istanbul hosted an event of an alternative festival. This is a sign of porosity, transition, and the potential transformation of cultural establishment from below. Istanbul's cultural scene is not structured, neither established, and this often referred as a weakness, but it also allows the capacity of action. The dichotomy is more political than old elites blocking the access of new actors. So in other words, Bourdieu's field theory can't be copy-pasted to Istanbul case. The second point is unexpected social blendings against mixophobia. Zygmunt Bauman says that urban public life is characterized by mixophobia. Living in the same city doesn't mean interacting. Social interaction can't be granted, then it should be crafted. It's in autonomous contact zones that people hard to imagine together can encounter and interact. One example was in Tuhafiye, an architecture office and a performance space in a totally unexpected district near 4. Levent. 3 university students with headscarves watched effigies, 3 Greek women's physical performance in mini shorts. Thirdly, physical performance arise as a tool for intercultural dialogue. The most of the performances in Istanbul Fringe were non-verbal and based upon physical artistic languages. And this facilitated the access of the audience to the works that are showcased. In the international scale, I would like to focus on how to situate Istanbul Fringe Festival. According to Cambridge Companion to International Theatre Festivals, there are 3 categories identified. The first are the founding festivals of the 20th century, like Edinburgh and Avignon, which are characterized as high-class global circuit of elite festivals, non-local marketplace, and keystones for creative city branding. This is parallel with the cosmopolitan idea, the free-floating cosmopolitan idea of 20th century without any belonging. The second category is fringe and off festivals, originally intended as local, popular cultural alternatives to the elite festivals. These founding festivals have gave birth to fringe festivals gave birth to a vast global network of free market fringe festivals where theater companies and artists from around the world hope to lure presenters and promoters to launch their works world tours. And the third category, as Karen Zion's called second wave festivals, perhaps in reaction to both the elite and fringe festival circuits, a cluster of festivals developed mostly since the late 90s that are artist-run and tend to be curated strategically to juxtapose specific artists and often interdisciplinary, experimental, or community-based works, which is different from the what she calls cafeteria style from the touring marketplace. The examples like these festivals are festivals in transition network in Europe and proliferation of festivals in global south in Latin America, Africa, and just like cited yesterday, festivals like Carthage. Istanbul Fringe is an artist-run festival, and although it's a fringe festival, it corresponds to the both second and third category. And the third category differs with the free-floating cosmopolitanism of the first category and showing us a new way of cosmopolitanism that I call rooted cosmopolitanism.
Zeynep, I think you are over the time, so if you can use the next 2-3 minutes to finish, it would be nice.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sorry. So basically, there's a new type of cosmopolitanism that is emerging, which is different from the free-floating, universalist, and abstract cosmopolitanism of 20th century. Its singularity can be identified as interaction with translocal connections from the locality where artist initiatives are rooted. It's down-to-earth, grounded, locally situated, also a potential source of friction within the national public space. So I will conclude then. My conclusion remarks were decentering Western experience. I think I already evoked that. In the global age, public spaces suffering under the forces of corrosion like state surveillance, privatization, and mixophobia. International festivals, such as Istanbul Fringe, create autonomous zones and invent new ways of experiencing the city. It's a form of reappropriating the public space by citizens. Thirdly, international cultural events like Istanbul Fringe Festival challenge and expand the national construction of public space by means of creating intercultural temporal communities. Against the populist politics adopting a nativist construction of the public space and culture, these festivals generate a different type of commonness with the assembly of persons having a shared and transformative experience at the same time and space. And finally, as Serhan evoked in his introductory speech, micro, local, and small-scale actors, cultural practitioners, and artists are taking the lead roles in the stage of cultural diplomacy. New actors of cultural diplomacy contribute to social transformation from below, and I believe we will be discussing about this more and more in the following years. Thanks for listening.
Great. Thank you very much, Zeynep, for the presentation, for giving us an impression what you are researching for, what is going on when you look to the contemporary performing arts, especially in this framework of a festival. We have hundreds of festivals all over Europe, and some of the independent companies, they earn their money around the world to be invited to be integrated in such festival. There are a lot of questions you also raised up. There is one where I think with knowing some examples from Europe, other parts of Europe, there are more and more festivals giving space for co-production. So they are not inviting performances, produced performances, but they are thinking about bringing artists together, and in all these ways you are talking about intercultural interaction, also in the question about participation. They are doing new things together. Sometimes they will start after a time of rehearsals or so during the festival. Sometimes the festival is only the starting point or so. Is this also included in the next perspective of this Fringe Festival you are looking for and you are running?
Thank you for your question and remarks. I think it's really important. It's really important for this intercultural exchange to realize collaborations and take the time for artist residencies. It's definitely on the perspective. The aim is to organize artist residencies, allowing co-productions and building links with the other festivals and other companies from around the world.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And Professor Schneider, just a quick intervention. Time-wise, we are a little bit on strict schedule.
Yeah. That's right. And I read just Götzsch's intervention. So sorry, but Zeynep, we have to go because we have two more, and this is the moment I ask Ditem for the next presentation, which is also very contemporary subject.
Evet hocam, ben hazırım.
You're ready? Okay. Then.
Öncelikle herkese merhaba. Okay. Herkese merhabalar. İstanbul Bilgi Üniversitesi Kültür Yönetimi bölümünden bu sene mezun oldum, yüksek lisans programından. Şimdi de İstanbul Aydın Üniversitesi'nde Sanat Yönetimi bölümünde araştırma görevliliği yapıyorum. Bugün size Türkiye'de COVID-19 döneminde görsel sanatlar alanında çalışan sanatçıların dayanıklılığı konusunda bir sunum yapacağım ve bu sunum içinde yaklaşık 142 kişiyle bir görüşme gerçekleştirdim. Ve bu görüşmenin sonuçlarını da sizlerle paylaşıyor olacağım. Şimdi sunumumu açmak için sizden biraz vakit istiyorum. Hemen açıyorum. Özür diliyorum. Bir dakika. Bu arada sunumumun bir parçasını görmüş oldunuz. Tekrar merhaba. Şimdi benim burada aslında öncelikle bahsetmek istediğim şey sanatçıların yaratıcılığı. Pandemi döneminde yaratıcılıkları ne şekilde etkileniyor? Ve bu sanatçılar pandemi döneminde varlıklarını nasıl sürdürebiliyorlar? Biraz bunlardan bahsedeceğim. Daha sonra da kendi araştırmama geçeceğim. Öncelikle yaratıcılık konusunda birkaç şey söylemek istiyorum. Yaratıcılık konusunda sanatçıların yaşadıkları toplumdaki kültürel değerler, bilinçaltlarındaki düşünceler ve buna benzer birçok etken sanatçıların yaratıcılığını etkileyen faktörler arasında aslında. Ve bu yaratıcı eylemler sonucu ortaya çıkan sanat eserlerinin satışı ya da izleyicilerle buluşması aracılığıyla aslında birçok ekonomik anlamda birçok gelişmeye neden oluyor. Zaten UNESCO'nun da belirttiği üzere yaratıcılık hem toplumsal refahı hem de ekonomiyi canlandırma konusunda etkin bir role sahip. Şimdi pandemi dönemi ve sanatsal yaratıcılığı bir arada düşündüğümüzde aslında dayanıklılık konusu ön plana çıkıyor. Ve bu dayanıklılık konusunda 3 tane farklı teori var. Bunlardan bir tanesi bu kriz dönemlerinde sanatçıların aslında var oldukları ortamı doğru kullanabilmesi, yani yaratıcılıklarını geliştirebilmesi ya da elindeki kaynaklarla doğru bir şekilde iş üretebilmesi ve bunun yanı sıra da asıl misyonlarını kaybetmemeleri, yani bir şeyler üretmek, izleyicilerle iletişime geçmek gibi. Bir de bundan sonrasında gerçekleşecek olan, yani pandemi sonrasında gerçekleşecek olan şey de aslında sanatçının pandemiyi yaşadığı için, o ortamdaki durumu bildiği için yaratıcılığını ve böyle farklı farklı alanlarda nasıl üretim yapabileceğini öğrenebiliyor olması. Yani pandemi sürecinde aslında bu süreç sanatçıyı bir anlamda geliştirmiş olacak. Sanatçı bu pandemi dönemini asimile ederek kendini daha yaratıcı bir şekilde geliştirebilecek. Yani buradaki asıl temel nokta pandemi döneminde de sanatçının aslında üretebilir olması. Bu da sonraki dönemlerde, pandemi sonrası dönemde de kendi yaratıcılığını geliştirmesine ve bunun sonucunda ortaya farklı ve daha verimli, yaratıcı eserlerin çıkmasına bu yolda yani bir adım olabiliyor. Şimdi ise sanat ve kültür, hani kültür ve sanat alanında dünyada ve Türkiye'de ne gibi önlemlerin alındığından bahsetmek istiyorum. Bilindiği üzere COVID-19 vakası Aralık ayında Çin'de meydana geldi ve bu meydana gelmeden ötürü çeşitli kültür sanat kurumları ve sanatçılar iş üretemez hale geldi ya da kendilerini kötü hissetmeye, güvencesiz hissetmeye başladılar. Ve aynı şekilde aslında kültür ve sanat kurumlarının birçoğu da kapanma noktasına geldi. Ve bu da tabii çeşitli olumsuz etkilere neden oldu. Ve bu olumsuz etkileri aslında gidermek amacıyla da çeşitli fonlar ve sanatçı fonları ve platformlar, kültür ve sanat kurumlarını destekleyici bunun gibi platformlar ve destek mekanizmaları kuruldu. Ve burada bir çeşit işbirlikçi modeller ortaya çıkmaya başladı. Bu işbirlikçi modellerin arasında Omuz platformu bulunuyor. Sanatçıların bir araya gelmesiyle oluşan bir platform. Aynı zamanda Saha Derneği'nin bir Saha Sürdürülebilirlik Fonu çalışmaları var. Aynı zamanda Seçil Erel isimli bir sanatçının yurt dışından örnek olarak aldığı bir girişim var. Burada da sosyal medya temel rol oynuyor aslında. Yani sosyal medyada sanatçıların işlerinin paylaşılması ve daha sonra da bunların diğer izleyicilerle, diğer alıcılarla buluşması aracılığıyla oluyor. Bunlar tabii daha çok bireysel alanda ya da dernekler, vakıflar, yani özel sektör genelinde olan bir şey aslında. Ve burada da hani devletin de aslında bir yerden yakaladığına ya da yakalamaya çalıştığını, yakalamak istediğini görüyoruz. Aslında bir istek söz konusu değil de sanata destek anlamında bazı ufak girişimler yapılıyor. Mesela örneğin bir ekonomik istikrar kalkınma paketi açıklandı. Bu pakete göre yaratıcı sektörlerde, kültür sanat alanlarında ve bu alanda iş üreten sanatçılar ya da kültür sanat kurumları ya da festivaller için bir çeşit bu vergi ertelemeleri konusu, vergi ertelemeleri durumu söz konusu oldu. Bunun yanı sıra da Aile, Çalışma ve Sosyal Güvenlik Bakanlığı'nın başlatmış olduğu açık çağrı ya da başvuru yoluyla tüm hanelere ya da işte başvurusu kabul edilen hanelere 1000 TL değerinde bir destek vereceği söylendi. Ama bu Aile, Çalışma ve Sosyal Güvenlik Bakanlığı'nın girişimi, bu davranış aslında sadece kültür ve sanat alanına odaklı bir şey olmadığı için kültür ve sanata tam anlamda destek veriliyor olarak sayılmaz. Yani açıkçası Almanya ile ve İtalya ile veya diğer Belçika ile karşılaştırıldığında devletin, Türkiye devletinin mali anlamda henüz bir katkısı olmadı. Türkiye'deki hani pandemi dönemindeki sanatçıları destekleme anlamında. Tabii dediğim gibi bu desteksizlik bazı gelir kayıplarına yol açtı. Ve bu alanda yapılmış yani sanatçıların gelir kayıplarına ya da bu iş üretememe, verim alamama durumlarına yönelik 2 tane araştırma yapıldı şimdiye kadar. Bir tanesi KREXA, Kültür ve Sanat Platformu'nun yaptığı bir çalışma. Bu KREXA'nın yaptığı, Fundalena başkanlığında KREXA'nın yaptığı araştırmaya göre %66 oranında sanatçının işleri tamamen durma noktasına gelmiş ve %30 oranında sanatçı elindeki kaynaklarla 1 ve 3 ay arası geçinebileceğini söylemiş. Bunun yanı sıra Paper Street Co. ve Incomplete'in, bunlar iki adet inisiyatif, sanatçı inisiyatif ya da kolektif çalışma alanları. Bunların yaptığı araştırmaya göre ise %45 oranında yaratıcı endüstri alanında çalışan kişiler gelecek konusunda bir tahminde bulunamıyorken %70 oranında da bir gelir kaybı yaşıyorlar. Ben şimdi kendi yürüttüğüm analize odaklanmak istiyorum. Görsel sanatlar alanında çalışan sanatçıların dayanıklılığı, yani bu pandemi döneminde görsel sanatlar alanında çalışan sanatçıların dayanıklılığı üzerine bir saha araştırması yaptım. Ve bunun sonuçlarını da burada paylaşmak istiyorum. Bu araştırmayı yapmamdaki temel sebep pandemi döneminde sanatçıların gerek üretim, gerek yaratıcılık, gerekse ekonomik durumu konusunda rakamsal bir değer vermek istiyorum. Çünkü hani yorumlamalar yapılıyor ama hani CREX'a ve Incomplete Paper Street Co'nun birlikteliğinde yapılan araştırma gibi kesin net veriler yok elimizde. Ve ben de bu net verilere ulaşmak için böyle bir araştırma başlatmaya karar verdim. Ve bu araştırma sürecinde sanatçıların sadece hani üretim yılları ya da demografik özellikleri değil, aynı zamanda diğer izleyici kitlesiyle nasıl iletişime geçtiği ya da bağlı oldukları sanat ve eğer bir kuruma bağlılarsa bağlı oldukları kültür ve sanat kurumlarıyla ne şekilde diyaloğa geçtiği ve sanatçıların bu dönemde neler hissettiğinin yanı sıra da gelecek için neler istedikleri, yani gerek devletten, gerek özel sektör, gerek yerel yönetimlerden ne gibi taleplerinin bulunduğunu açıklayacağım. Bulunduğuna yönelik sorular sormuştum. Onların yorumlamasını yapacağım. Ve böylelikle de bir öngörü sunmak isteğiyle böyle bir çalışma yapmaya karar verdim. Araştırmamda asıl önem verdiğim şey sanatçıların Türkiye'de yaşıyor olması. Bunun haricinde işte görsel sanatlar alanında çalışmalar üretiyor olması, hani en az bir yıl boyunca sanatçıların üretim yapmış olmaları ve bunun yanı sıra da ele aldığım önemli, yani kapsam olarak belirlediğim önemli şeylerden biri de sanatçıların farklı şehirlerde, farklı eğitim derecelerine sahip, farklı cinsiyetlerde ve yaş aralıklarında olması benim için önemliydi. Burada ben kantitatif bir metod uyguladım. Çünkü bir Google Forms aracılığıyla sanatçılara bir form yolladım. Bu daha demin bahsettiğim soruları yönlendirmek için. Bunu yorumlayıcı bir yaklaşımla yorumladım ve bu raporu hazırlarken. 11 tane çoktan seçmeli, 6 tane ise açık uçlu sorum bulunuyor.
Didem, sorry for the intervention. Can you please wrap up shortly?
I don't understand. Sorry. What is the problem, please? Türkçe olarak açıklayabilir misin rica etsem?
No, it's okay. Go on and come to your results, please.
Okay. Tamam, devam ediyorum o zaman. Bir problem var mı?
Duyuyoruz Didem, bir problem yok.
Tamam, okey. Okey, tamam. Şimdi ben yorumlamaya başlamadan önce bazı kategorilendirmeler yaptım. Yani burada sanatçıların çalışma şekilleri, yani bağımsızlar mı yoksa bir kültür sanat kurumuna bağlılar mı? Aynı zamanda cinsiyetlerine göre bir sınıflandırma yaptım. Eğitim durumlarına göre ve yaşadıkları şehirlere göre sınıflandırmalarını yaptım. Bu sınıflandırmaların yorumlanması da mevcut kaynaklarıyla ne kadar süre geçinebileceklerine, hayata tutunabileceklerine dair bir şekilde bunları ön plana çıkarak bir yorumlama yaptım. Şimdi sonuçlara geleceğim. Katılımcıların %50'si kadın, %47'si erkek, %3'ü ise diğer seçeneğini işaretleyen sanatçılardan oluşmaktadır. Sanatçıların burada dediğim gibi bir kültür sanat kurumuna bağlı ve bağımsız olarak çalışan sanatçıları almıştım. Bağımsız sanatçılar bütün toplamın %64'ünü oluştururken bir kültür ve sanat kurumuna bağlı olarak üretim yapan sanatçılar bütün katılımcıların %36'sını oluşturmaktadır. Bu %64 içinde %48 oranında sanatçı İstanbul'da yaşarken bir kültür sanat kurumuna bağlı olarak çalışan sanatçıların %28'i İstanbul'da yaşıyor ve bunun haricinde İzmir, Ankara, Muğla, Diyarbakır gibi Türkiye'nin farklı şehirlerinden gelen sanatçıların sanatçılara yönelik sorular ve yorumlamalar yapılmıştır. Bu forma katılanların çoğunluğu yüksek lisans mezunu olmuş, yani yüksek lisans mezunu. Daha demin de bahsettiğim üzere sanatçıların %36'sı bir kültür sanat kurumuna bağlıyken %64'ü de bağımsız olarak çalışıyor. Katılımcı sanatçıların çoğunluğu 10 yıl ve üzeri süredir üretim yapan sanatçılardan oluşmakta. Şimdi burada öncelikle bağımsız sanatçıların ellerindeki kaynaklarla bulundukları şehirlerde ne kadar süre yaşayabileceklerini görüyoruz. Şimdi İzmir ve diğer şehirlerle İstanbul arasındaki ilişkiye bakacak olursak İstanbul'daki 1,5 ay süreyle yaşama oranı daha fazla. Yani diğerlerinde toplamda %7 iken İstanbul'da %13. Bu bağımsız sanatçılar için geçerli olan bir şey. Ve burada da diğer verileri görebilirsiniz. Ellerindeki kaynaklarla ne kadar yaşayacaklarına dair verileri. Bu slaytta da bir kültür sanat kurumuna bağlı olarak çalışan sanatçıların geçim sürelerini görebilirsiniz. Burada da %7 oranındayken İstanbul'da yaşama oranı diğer şehirlerde %2 olarak görünüyor. Ve ikisini, şimdi iki slaydı bir arada göstereceğim. İkisine bir arada baktığınızda aslında İstanbul'da yaşama oranının diğer şehirlere göre daha zor olduğunu görüyoruz. Bu benim birinci sonucum. Bir de sanatçıların bu geçimlerini sürdürebileceğini söyleyen sanatçıların mesleklerini ve ne kadar süre geçinebileceklerine baktığım zaman da aslında sanatçıların sadece sanatçı kimliğiyle ayakta kalamayacaklarını gördüm. Çünkü birçok sanatçı hem akademisyen olduğunu hem diğer meslekleri de icra ettiklerini ve aileden destek aldıklarını söylediler. Ve bakıldığında akademisyen, sanatçı kimliğinin yanı sıra akademisyen olanların diğer ikinci tabloda gösterdiğime göre daha az olduğunu gördüm. Yani akademisyenliğin, yani eğitim derecesinin akademisyenlik anlamında çalışmanın geçim sağlamakta yeterli olmadığını, bir ilişkisinin olmadığını gördüm. Bu sanatçıların hem bir kültür sanat kurumuna bağlı hem de bağımsız olarak çalışan sanatçıların izleyicileriyle nasıl iletişime geçtiği yönünde. Burada sosyal medyanın aktif bir rol oynadığını görüyoruz. İlk başta bahsettiğim Several Communication Channels'ta da sadece sosyal medyayı değil, diğer telefon ve Zoom, Hangout gibi mecraları da kullanarak iletişime geçtiğini görüyoruz. Ama yine de bakıldığında sosyal medya diğerlerine göre daha fazla bir orana sahip. Burada da bir kültür sanat kurumuna bağlı olarak çalışan sanatçıların ne şekilde, yani sanatçılarla kültür kurumları ne şekilde iletişime geçiyor diye ya da destek veriyor diye baktığımda %16 oranında katılımcının sosyal medyada işlerini paylaştığını gördüm. Yani galeriler sanatçıların işlerini sosyal medyada tanıtıyor daha çok. Bazıları hiç destek vermezken no response ile kastettiğimde sanatçıların cevap vermeme oranı. Ve burada gördüğümüz üzere de sadece %3 oranında bir katılımcı hem aynı hem de maddi destek verdiğini söylemiş. Yani burada aslında maddi ve aynı bir desteğin söz konusu olmadığını görüyoruz. Buradan da görüldüğü üzere sanatçıların kendi projelerini ertelediklerini, yani bu erteleme oranı daha fazlayken diğerlerinde de örneğin bir kültür sanat kurumuna bağlı sanatçıların işlerini gerçekleştirememe oranı bağımsız sanatçılara göre daha fazla. Bunun temel sebebi de bence, yani kendi fikrim, bağlı oldukları galerilerle yapmış oldukları bir sözleşmenin ya da yapmış oldukları bir programın olması ve bunun gerçekleştirememesi nedeniyle projelerinin gerçekleştirilememiş olması. Bağımsız sanatçılarda ise her zaman bağımsız çalıştıkları için ve yani bu nedenlerden dolayı, bir galeriye bağlı olmadıklarından dolayı üretimlerini ve projelerini daha çok gerçekleştirebilme oranına sahip olduğunu görebiliyoruz. Ve burada önemli olan bir diğer noktada dijital ekosistemin yoğunluklu olarak kullanılıyor olması bu dönemde.
İdem, çok kısa süre içinde kapanışı alabilir miyiz? Öbür sunuma geçmemiz gerekiyor.
Tabii. O zaman kısaca aktarıyorum, kısaltıyorum. Yani şöyle, bu pandemi döneminde komünikasyon kanallarının fazla etkin olmadığını görüyoruz. Ama bunun yanı sıra da bağımsız sanatçıların daha çok ulusal anlamda bağımsızların hem ulusal hem de uluslararası anlamda çalıştığını görüyoruz. Burada bağımsız sanatçıların kendi belirsizlikleri, yani projelerinin nasıl ilerleyeceğini ya da şu andaki durumlarını, ne olacağına dair fikirlerde belirsizlik yaşadıklarını görüyoruz. Ama bir kültür ve sanat kurumuna bağımlı olarak çalışan sanatçılarınsa her koşulda projelerini gerçekleştirebildiğini görüyoruz. Burada da aslında bağımsız sanatçıların her koşulda üretime devam edeceklerini ya da nasıl açıklasam, kendi kaynaklarıyla üretimlerine devam edebileceklerini görüyoruz ve bunun oranı daha fazla diğerlerine göre. Ve bir kültür ve sanat vizyonuna sahip olunmasının gerekliliği burada da ortaya çıkıyor. Her iki sanatçı grubunda da bir kültür sanat vizyonunun buna dair bir isteğin yoğunlukta olduğunu görüyoruz. Bu daha demin bahsettiğim gelir kayıplarına yönelik de bir araştırma yaptığımda yine bu sonuçlardan, hani formun sonuçlarından çıkana göre de bir kültür ve sanat kurumuna bağlı olarak çalışan sanatçılar %70 oranında bir gelir kaybı yaşarken bağımsız sanatçılar %78'di yanlış hatırlamıyorsam. 78.6 oranında bir gelir kaybı yaşamış.
İdem, son cümleni alabilir miyim?
Evet, son
Gerçekten
cümle.
öbür sunumu geçmemiz gerekiyor şu an.
Evet, tabii. Ben burada aslında söylemek istiyorum. Yani devlet, özel sektör ve yerel yönetimler işbirliğinde bir kültür sanat politikası hayata geçirilebilir. Yani bu politikadan aslında kastettiğim şeyse sanatçılara yönelik bir destek mekanizması oluşturulabilir ve bu destek mekanizması öncelikle acil durumlar için geçerliyken daha sonra bu eğer mekanizma tutarsa, yani asıl amacına ulaşırsa bir kültür politikası haline gelebileceğini de düşünüyorum. Bu aynı ve maddi destek şeklinde olabilir. Aynı zamanda bunun aslında hayata geçirilmesinde sanatçıların da önemli bir rol oynadığını düşünüyorum. Sanatçıların örgütlenmesi gerektiğini ve bu örgütlülükle yeni bir proje ya da yeni bir ortaklık hayata geçirilebileceklerini düşünüyorum. Burada sanatçıların güvencesizliğinin söz konusu olduğunu gördüm. Çünkü bu güvencesizliğin nedeni de aslında emeklilik ve sağlık gibi hizmetlere kolay indirimden yararlanamıyor olmaları ya da belli bir güvencenin olmuyor olması. Bu nedenle aslında devletin ve özel sektörün bir destek mekanizması oluşturmasının gerekliliğini gördüm. Bu hem sanatçıların cevaplarını incelediğimde hem de literatür taraması yaptığımda. Dinlediğiniz için çok teşekkür ediyorum. Ve eğer sorularınız ve düşünceleriniz varsa almak istiyorum.
We can have our own conference only about this this subject, which is so close to us and which is clear that we have existential problems, that we have the question, how is it going on, and so on. We cannot do it now directly, but we can put it in the last session, because we have a last but not least presenter. Jeff, you are ready?
Yes.
And you know the time. What time is it where you are doing the presentation?
Thank you. Yes, it is just past 8 in the morning here in Washington, D.C. Thank you all
for inviting me. I've had 2 cups of coffee, so I should be able to present in an engaging but quick fashion.
Good morning, Washington.
Yes, thank you.
Up to you.
I will start by first sending you all a link. I know the time is very tight, and if you'd like to learn more, you're welcome to sign up for our newsletter, and we will be regularly sending out information about this research. I just put that link in the chat. Today, I'd like to talk to you about understanding the creative generation, particularly through an international cultural policy approach. In this very quick bit of time, I hope that we can understand the concepts of the creative generation, creative capabilities, and creative social transformation, that we can examine research findings, and that we can explore some paradigm shifts for organizational development and education. By way of introduction, my name is Jeff Poulin. I am the Managing Director of Creative Generation, as well as faculty at American University in Washington, DC, Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and the City College of New York in New York City. Creative Generation is a public benefit corporation, or NGO, that is dedicated to the development of thriving communities and a more just world by working to inspire, connect, and amplify the work of young creatives who catalyze social transformation and those who are committed to cultivating their creative capabilities. That is to say, this research will be through a community development lens with a specific focus on education and youth development. The foundation of this research is based on the principles that arts and cultural education is a human right, which is outlined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the Convention of the Rights of the Child from 1948 and 1989, respectively, and has been inculcated into our federal, national, or regional cultural policies through the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, and through national education and cultural policies. The research began as a result of a transformation within observations here in the United States. The image on your screen is that from a March for Our Lives, which was a youth-led demonstration similar to the one led by Martin Luther King in 1968, that was orchestrated by a group of young theater makers. High school students engaged in their theater program single-handedly led a march on Washington to change the dialogue around school violence and gun rights in this country. Regardless of your beliefs on the topic, we can all agree that they demonstrated some unnamed outcomes of arts and cultural education through our formal education system, because they used their theater skills in order to actively engage in advocacy for policy change, rather than some of the typical outcomes we often describe. So I began to form a research question. Having worked in the sector for a number of years, I wanted to look to examine how we as a field talk about the work that artists, educators, and cultural community leaders do to cultivate creativity in the next generation. Through a literature review, we found that there were 3 dominant narratives of American educational institutions. The first was that arts and cultural education lead to lower dropout rates and keep kids in school. The second was that arts and cultural education leads to higher standardized test scores, an indicator for academic achievement. And thirdly, when looking at low-income students, arts and cultural education was likely to lead to graduation of college, an indicator for career success. However, in a focus group held with 15 arts and cultural education leaders in the country, we found that a lot of the data that is often used to form the narratives about arts and cultural education in the US was demonstrative and was based on correlation, not causation. And in fact, it didn't replicate what was actually happening in programs. Programs could care less if their work resulted in higher standardized test scores. What they cared about was other outcomes around community engagement, empathy, civic engagement, and so forth. So there was an expressed desire to rewrite the narratives of the field, which is replicated in a large-scale study conducted by the RAND Corporation named Gifts of the Muse, which was published in 2004. So almost 2 decades later, we find the same phenomena happening in communities. So we offered a new definition, a new set of terminology that actually comes from the consumer marketing arena that is used to describe an intergenerational group of people who share common creative capabilities. And we believe that this new language for the outcomes of arts and cultural education can give our field a way to evaluate as well as articulate our work. These 4 capabilities, which are defined on your screen, and I will spare reading the definitions for sake of time, demonstrate how we can construct and derive meaning from the learning programs in arts and culture for young people: creative thinking, cultural consciousness, connectivity, and concern for community. We also believe that these 4 capabilities align with what has been known in the community development sector as social transformation, which is the process of changing institutionalized relationships, norms, and values over time. We would argue that the use of these creative capabilities make this term a new term called creative social transformation, using arts and culture to reform the way communities operate. So in short, we believe that an investment in young people and young creatives in particular develop these 4 creative capabilities, and through acts of creative social transformation, that we will lead to thriving communities and a more just world, particularly in the realms of community development, economic development, international development, and youth development. So in order to test these topics, we formed new research questions, moving from theory to practice. Our first was, we wanted to explore the ways that artists, educators, and community activists can most effectively cultivate the creative capabilities of the next generation. So we conducted 30 case studies in 24 nations and found 3 major findings. The first was that this field, the field that sits at the intersection of arts and culture, youth development, and social change, struggles with articulating their work and often uses antiquated rationale. This mimics what we found in the United States setting. The second finding was that the field suffers from severe isolationism, often stemming from the fact that they don't use common language. And this leads to a lack of meaningful communities of practice. We found that practitioners often exit the field because of this isolationism. Further, we found that the field lacks mechanisms to share knowledge and effective practice, probably because of this isolationism, and thus deals with stagnated pedagogies, meaning that practitioners are addressing the needs of young people from 2 decades ago, not the needs of young people in contemporary settings. So we reformed our questions one more time about the how. We were really interested in how young people can be supported in the pursuit of creative social transformation, how adults such as artists, educators, and community leaders can be supported in their work, and how both young people and adults together can navigate the systems that govern their work. As such, we landed on 2 theoretical paradigm shifts that we would recommend for the field for further exploration. The first is what we call the policy, pedagogy, and practice paradigm. And the second was a shift in cultural institutions viewing their work as those of civic institutions. And I'll explain more in just a moment. The policy, pedagogy, and practice paradigm conducts relationships between the policy, or the resources, time, and opportunity through state, national, or international policies, to compel the pedagogy, or the how. This is something we know a lot about in the arts and culture field. How do we teach artistic practice? How do we cultivate cultural continuity? But what we argue is that this relationship should focus on interlacing with practice. And this is the connection to social justice, civic engagement, and youth empowerment. And we found through our case studies that oftentimes the outcome of the connection to practice leads young people, educators, and communities to actually influence the policies that they seek to change. Secondarily, we found that this paradigm shift was necessary for cultural institutions to view their work as that of civic institutions. Instead of operating in tandem or next to those civic institutions, we would believe that cultural institutions like museums, dance companies, theater troupes, and musical groups would take on their civic responsibility within their own communities. And this led us to a set of findings. We view these findings through an educational futures approach, looking towards the possible, plausible, and probable futures, but grounding them in reality to identify those preferable ones. Further, we connect to cultural policy through 4 different areas: the support of artists, the support of arts organizations, cultural diplomacy, and education. First, I want to talk a little bit about supporting artists and education, particularly in the development of young people, which brings us back to this policy, pedagogy, and practice paradigm. I'll demonstrate this through 2 different examples. The first was a case study in New Orleans, Louisiana in the United States, through a project called Reclaiming Our Home, which was organized by an organization called Dance for Social Change that empowered young dance makers to put on a site-specific dance festival that was centered on the topics of gentrification and displacement. And they did this by inviting policymakers within the city of New Orleans to understand the impacts of their policies regarding housing on the lives of these young people. You'll see here in the photo that they are standing on one stage in this house. There was a second stage in the parlor and another in the back. Second, we look to Bristol, UK, and a program called Rising Arts Agency, where they empower young creatives to change narratives about the city of Bristol using their visual art through publicly placed posters. And you'll see them behind these young people in the photograph. Both of these examples look to create a connection between, excuse me for the slides, sorry, they were going the wrong direction. They build a connection between not only the artistic learning, but the civic practice of the arts, impacting the actual community-based policies that work, that are impacting the lives of young people. Now, shifting our approach to looking at the support for arts organizations and cultural diplomacy, those 2 aspects of cultural policy, we look towards this cultural institution as civic institution paradigm shift that we assert. For this, we found 2 different case studies. One from Chattagram in Bangladesh, the BITA, the Bangladesh Institute for Theater Arts, which uses theater as a means for developing news literacy to help young people and communities better understand and interrogate the news and other types of media propaganda that are coming through their channels. This project uses theater and is based in theater, but is very much funded and constituted as a civic institution towards the development of news literacy. In Auckland, New Zealand, another case study was called the 312 Hub. This works with Indigenous young people to create cross-cultural dialogues between settlers and Indigenous Maori people to build community together. They work through the arts, but their actual area of focus is community dialogue and social cohesion. I share with you those 2 examples to illustrate the main point that more research must be had to understand the how and frankly, the what that needs to be done. But what we hope to offer through this body of research, and I did outline 5 different studies in just a few moments, is that we've offered some new language to lend ourselves an opportunity to more deeply explore and move past the antiquated rationale that we seem to be stuck in globally in our justification for arts and cultural education
and the interfacing of artists within educational settings. So with that, I will come to a conclusion. Please, again, feel free to sign up for our newsletter as we continue to push more elements of this research out by email. And if we have time, I would welcome any questions or answers. If you would like to remain connected, you can follow us on social media or contact me directly.
Thank you so much, Jeff, for this introduction to the creative generation. The next generation will be more creative. I have this impression. I'm very much impressed by your research. Thank you so much, because it is this wonderful link of arts education and artistic work as part of the social system. And of course, the question how we bring together these different levels where culture is organized in the civil society or in the institutions. Thank you so much. And as we promised, there will be a final meeting with more Q&A and remarks. And I take it over to Nina. But before, again, I have to thank all these presenters for their contribution to bring it to a point, and I'm very looking satisfied to the future of cultural policy research. The young researchers are the next researchers who bring their results on stage. Thank you for giving me the chance for moderation. Thank you for both Serhans and Nina. It's up to you for the discussion.
Yeah, thank you for this optimistic closure. I'm more on the side of the pessimistic because I'm really worried about the future of cultural policy and what we as cultural policy researchers and professionals gonna do. So I'm an assistant professor of cultural policy at the UNESCO Chair in Cultural Policy and Management in Belgrade. I'm 33 years old, so I'm not sure. I feel like a young cultural policy researcher. I'm gonna take the role of the head of the UNESCO Chair in Belgrade. And I wanted to start this discussion with a question that I faced as this new head of the UNESCO Chair that was raised. Professor Milena Dragicevic-Šešić, who is a well-known cultural policy researcher in Europe and the world, and to whom I will say hello from your side, Professor Schneider. Yeah, she invited us, the professors from the chair, to enroll in an online course organized by the UNESCO that deals with creative industries and creative economy, because the next year we're going to celebrate, the next year is the year of creative economy, and we should offer as a UNESCO chair a course in skills in cultural, in creative industries. And some of the old professors said, well, of course we're in. But some of the young professors, younger ones, they replied that they're not really ready for supporting the concept anymore because they don't see the future of culture and arts and young cultural professors, managers as promoters of creative economy. And the concept of creativity which is used in the discourse of creative economy. We see, they were saying that they see creativity as skill and ability to actually break the rules of the system. And we're living in a capitalist system. The capitalist system actually brought these problems of precarity of working conditions, which is exceptionally visible now in in this period of corona pandemics, with artists who cannot support themselves anymore. Even Richard Florida said sorry for developing his theory of creative class. So now researchers, young researchers, are speaking more and more about democratization of arts and culture as Milan and self-management, for example, youth empowerment, building community, building solidarity among people. Housing problems were also mentioned during the debate. Division to the global north and the global south, so social, economic inequalities are mentioned in these presentations. So for me, the question is what will be the position of the young cultural policy researchers towards the capitalist system? That is the question to our presenters today. Have you even have you been discussing it amongst your peers in classes, in courses, and what would be your position on it? So capitalist system, capitalist society, and the role of cultural policy researchers, cultural professionals, artists. So if there is a reaction from somebody, I would be really happy to hear it.
Happy to chime in and share another dimension of the research that I just shared related to this topic. In a number of settings in our case studies, we found that young creatives were attempting to systematically disassemble the capitalist approach, and that they did not view themselves as members of a creative class, per Richard Florida, or of the creative industries. In fact, they challenged the narrative that artists exiting the sector or leaving as being a bad thing. Oftentimes we view that as, you know, artists working within food service or within other industries. But in fact, exiting the sector may be that those artists are embedding in diplomacy or are embedding in other sectors that bring creativity across the civic and social space. So they viewed that as beneficial. And I personally would tend to agree with them. So I think it challenges our definition and amplification or institutionalization of the creative industries as being the associated pathway for the arts and cultural sector.
Okay, and how do you define cultural policy in the United States?
Well, we don't. That's the problem with the United States. I think broadly it is defined with those four boxes that I shared, the four lenses of cultural policy as we try to understand it, around support for artists, support for arts organizations, support for diplomacy, and support for education. But again, the US is one of few countries that does not actually have an explicit cultural policy.
Yeah. And what about the public institutions, which still exist? In what way they're going to survive the economic crisis that is going to take place?
At least in the United States, that's really interesting. There's been tremendous innovation, particularly in the public philanthropic sector, as well as public investment. So there has been, an allocation of funds, public funds through our arts and cultural funding bodies. And that has been matched at all levels of government. But I think particularly since we're not quite
out of the pandemic, it will lead to rapid innovation and huge transformation in the sector. Additionally, in the United States context, at least, there's a view that it is not just an impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, but of several pandemics. One is the global health pandemic, a second being recession and the instability of our cultural and civic institutions, and the third being that around the civil uprisings and the response to white supremacy and anti-racism in this country. So those are all happening simultaneously. So I think the common view, and at least I can speak for myself, my view is that huge transformation is currently happening and will continue to happen for a period of time.
And for the culture. What about Turkey? It would be Turkey as a country between the East and West.
Ben katkı sağlamak istiyorum mümkünse. Şimdi Türkiye'de aslında işte bu erken Cumhuriyet döneminde sanatçıları destekleyen, sanatı ve sanatçıları destekleyen bir politika varken daha sonraki yıllarda bu yönde gelişmelerin yavaş yavaş düştüğünü gördük. Ve kültür politikası anlamında henüz net bir atılım, yani henüz net bir düşünce yok. Ve
sorry, I'm not sure if we have a translation. Do we have a translation?
We have, Nina, it's working. You can switch the channel at the bottom of the screen.
Okay, I don't see it.
There is a world icon and there you can choose the flag.
Yeah, I don't have it, unfortunately. Okay, never mind.
Devam ediyorum o zaman. Yani böyle kesin bir kültür politikasının olmaması tabii ki rahatsız edici bir şey. Yani hem sanat yönetimi gibi bölümlerin, yani daha çok sanatı kuramsal anlamda geliştirebilecek ya da buna benzer çalışmalar yapabilecek akademik anlamda da alanların az olması ve bu alanda insan yetiştirmedeki problem aslında Türkiye'de belli bir böyle oluşumun, belli bir kültür politikası oluşumunun önüne de engel koyuyor. Daha demin bahsetmiş olduğunuz genç araştırmacıların, genç kültür politikası araştırmacıların ne yaptığına da değinecek olursam, çeşitli haplar kuruluyor. Yani çeşitli yaratıcı yığın olarak isimlendirebileceğimiz haplar kuruluyor ve bu haplarda ortak çalışma alanlarında hem yeni projeler üretilebiliyor. Bunlardan bir tanesi Atölye isimli bir Creative Hub olarak geçen bir Creative Hub. Burada çeşitli araştırmalar, çeşitli uluslararası projeler yürütülüyor. Ve bu alanda da yani kültür sanat profesyonellerini bir araya getirmeye çalışan aslında haplardan bir tanesi. Türkiye'deki genel öyle. Yani şu anda bir yaratıcı sektör, yaratıcı endüstriler alanında bir gelişme olduğunu görüyoruz. Hani ta ki bu pandemi dönemine kadar çeşitli işte uluslararası etkinlikler ya da buna benzer çalışmalar yapılıyordu. Bu pandemiyle beraber hem organizasyonların kapanması ya da organizasyonların yapılamıyor olması da olumsuz bir etken oldu bu anlamda. Ve buna yönelik de bir devletin bir desteğinin olmaması, maddi anlamda ya da aynı anlamda bir desteğinin olmaması da Türkiye'deki kültür sanat sektörünü olumsuz etkiledi aslında. Hani Omuz gibi ya da Saha'nın desteklediği projeler olsa da bunların ne kadar amacına ulaşabileceği ya da ne kadar verimli olabileceği tartışılır. Yani bu sahanın zaten sanatçı inisiyatiflerini sürdürmeye yönelik bir fonu var. Her sene veriyorlar sanırım 2013 ya da 14 yılından itibaren. Bunun dışında da Omuz platformu yeni kuruldu ve belki daha sonraki süreçte de sanatçıları desteklemeye yönelik atılımlarda ya da girişimlerde bulunabilirler. Ama bunlar ne kadar iyi olur ya da ne kadar verimli olur, o da tartışılan bir durum. Benim düşüncem böyle.
Okay, thank you. If there are no other questions, reactions, I assume that a lot of messaging and chatting was going on during the conference, and that some contacts and questions were made privately. So I would really urge you to connect and to continue. Oh, sorry, there is a question. Zeynep wants to contribute. Okay, let's hear from her.
Hello again. I would like to respond actually to what you said about the researchers' position against the capitalism and the example of Turkey. Actually, I think in Turkish case, our duty is to make visible and amplify the existing reality in the field, because there are enormous amounts of independent initiatives, and a lots of qualitative and quantitative research has to be done, I think. And the collaborations model must be developed with the actors in the field. That's what we are trying to do with this initiative of independent cultural and arts events. And I think one of the key elements of contributing to cultural policy, it is to develop other models rather than the existing ones, and invent governance models to interact with municipalities and the Ministry of Culture, and also find, map, and solicit other ways of funding. So a lot of work to be done.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I would really like to thank you for your presentations, which were very insightful, not only in terms of the topics they covered, but also in terms of the topics that are important for young people working in the cultural field. And I'm sure that you're gonna continue working and cooperating. Hopefully you will establish contacts right now on the occasion of the conference. So from my part, thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizers of the conference, and I'll give the words to them. First, Serhan Ada, and then Serhan Sahin will speak to you. Thank you.
I would like to thank you all for your very lively presence and participation, because I can see right away that people have started to interact and share not only impressions or questions, but also content, which is the very spirit of our field. I mean, there are books, there are links have started to be shared, and this was the ultimate aim of our conference at these very hard times. So let me share with you some observations. We had the chance of gathering people around the world, including 3 other UNESCO chairs, namely Hildesheim, Belgrade, and Kadir Has, but also a candidate UNESCO chair, which would soon become also official from Buenos Aires. We had another participant from Mexico. So, I mean, I feel like we did the thing that we could do in this very restricted framework. So I would like to thank you all, including the presenters, and for the last session, Professor Schneider and Nina Mihalninac for their participation, and please give our regards to Professor Milena Dragicevic-Šešić, and all young researchers who are in between their real academic career done with their, let's say, master degree and working towards their PhDs. And I know that this is a long and troubled road full of stones and meanders, but I'm sure they would be out of it, and we would be also maybe observing their achievements in the future. Let me just remind once again that they would be expected to review their presentations and draft papers. TL Serhan, please correct me if I'm wrong. Ideally 1st of October or 31st of September, and we will definitely confirm the dates to be submitted and to be quickly reviewed again for publication. So we would hopefully have an object at the end of this conference. Unfortunately, we didn't have someone from UNESCO Paris headquarters being with us, but I think they are all in annual leave during the month of August, and as soon as they'll be back, they will also share maybe some of the broadcasts of this conference. So I'm happy on behalf of the Bilgi UNESCO Chair of Cultural Policy and Cultural Diplomacy. Thank you all the presenters, all colleagues, moderators and discussants, and all participants for your efforts and being with us at the end of this week, especially this Saturday afternoon.
Hepinize 2 gündür bizimle olduğunuz için çok teşekkür ediyorum. Hani bütün moderatörlere, tartışmacı hocalarımıza, katılımcılarımıza. Dün saydığım üzere hani mutfak ekibi olarak adlandırmıştım. Bütün arkadaşlarıma ve çeviri konusunda katkısız çeviri ekibine de çok teşekkür ederim. Ve işbirliği ortamında sağlamış olduğumuzu umuyorum. Yayında ve daha sonrasında hani kendi aramızda geliştireceğimiz projelerle, farklı işbirlikleriyle hem araştırmalarımızı hem de yeni araştırmaları derinleştirerek bu konuda ilerlemeyi hepimiz adına temenni ediyorum. Çok teşekkür ederim.